What up? What up? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Mo.J. This is the Mo you know. This is the Daily Diddy, or is it Diddy Day 25? Is there a Rico to be proved? I don't know. I don't give a damn, but we're back. We're about an hour and a half late. I just got off work 15 minutes ago. But we're here and we're going to go ahead and get this thing started. Again, I don't care if Diddy's innocent or guilty. If you have an issue with what I'm saying, please contact the Southern District of New York. There is some files that were leaked to the media. We don't know by who, but they were leaked. So we'll go through all of that. This first probably about 15, 20 minutes, we're going to do a little catch up, see everything that CNN got for the Diddy trial today. Brendan Paul, the drug mule, will be on the stand testifying. He's pleading the fifth, but they're going to go ahead and write him an immunity order so he can get up here and testify against Diddy. We don't know if KK is going to testify. We haven't heard anything. And from what I've been hearing, the prosecution could rest tomorrow, and then the defense said it'd be about 3. They said 2. I want to say it was 2 to 3 days, or maybe 3 to 5 days. So this case could be over by the end of next week, which would be week 7. This is day 25. We have 139 hours under our belt. So we'll have over 150 hours, and we'll be honorary attorneys. So you are able to practice law. Don't take my word for it. I'm a doctor, so I wouldn't be able to verify if you can or cannot. But I'm definitely going to submit this and say, hey, I got 150 hours of case study and trial experience. So I'm gonna try and see if I can get me an honorary degree or be able to pass the bar. But we'll catch up real quick. I'm Mo.J. This is the Mo you know, and it's day 25 of the Diddy trial. Is there a Rico or isn't there a Rico? Who knows? Who gives a damn? We're gonna find out today, though. All right, I see. I got all kinds of shit open from yesterday. What is this? Close that one. All right. We had juror number 6 kick the hell out of here yesterday. Yeah, we'll do it if I get. See what updates we got. What up, Miss Renee, Tamika, Young Dreads, Miss Jaylyn? What's going on? Hey, it's Juneteenth, man. Juneteenth on Thursday. Like I said, man, growing up, I didn't know what the hell Juneteenth was, man. All I knew was I didn't know it was the day we let our people go. You know what I mean? So I wasn't for sure, but excuse me. Like I said, we'll do a little catch up here. Let me see. What do we have? Okay, yeah. So today in court, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're going to go ahead and get this started. Remember, I'm going to speed through this just to get us caught up to where we're at. It says today in court, on the stand now is Delisa Penland, a special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, testifying in the criminal trial of Diddy. She's actually going over a timeline. Remember, she isn't an eyewitness. She's just summarizing everything that's been admitted into evidence and putting everything in chronological order. Expected trial timeline. The prosecutors say they would likely rest the case tomorrow, but it could spill over into Friday morning. The defense estimated their case could take somewhere between 2 and 5 trial days. The judge says this case could go to the jury sometime next week. Federal charges. Diddy's pled not guilty to charges, including racketeering, conspiracy, trafficking. If convicted on all counts, he could face up to life in prison. So that's what we got today in the courthouse. So if this is ended tomorrow, the defense will start calling their witnesses on Friday. And then they said between 2 and 5 days. So it really depends on what the prosecution asks. But the prosecution ain't gonna really be asking too much because none of these people are gonna be able to debunk what we're about to go over today. So let's say it's Friday, one day, Monday, 2, 3. So maybe up till Thursday. It could potentially go to Thursday of next week, and then we'll be all done with it, which will be week 7. And then they said it was estimated 8 to 10 weeks. The jury could deliberate. We were saying maybe 3 days. So this would take us to week 8, I want to say at least. So that's where we're at. What's going on, Miss Angela? That's where we're at. And yeah, I know. And next week, actually, we need this trial to be. I need this trial to be done into the jury by next week. Part 3 of Squid Game comes out, and I got a busy next couple of weeks. This weekend, next weekend, and the 4th of July. Yeah, I got a busy couple of weeks coming up. But Squid Game season 3 is coming, and you know I do every single episode, and I drop them every single day. So I'll have that, and then we'll be back on doing reviews, and we'll sit around on a verdict watch. And we'll just wait and see what the verdict is of this trial and what's to come out of it. So everything might line up. BMF been kind of weak, but I'm still covering it. I'm gonna do a video again this Friday night afterwards. I said afterwards. Hopefully we can get done at 3 o'clock. All right. Let's continue on. Another one of Diddy's former assistants is expected to testify. Special Agent Delisa Penland. She's on the stand now. She's continuing her direct this morning. The prosecution indicated that Brendan Paul, one of Diddy's former assistants, will invoke his Fifth Amendment right Tuesday morning. So he'll just be testifying under an immunity order. Paul will testify after Penland. Brendan Paul is the one that got arrested in Miami. Charges dropped in December, and we were calling it at the beginning of the trial that his charges were dropped because he is flipping on Diddy, and he is the sole provider of the DURGS in the Gucci bag. All right, all right, all right. So the judge recommends the lawyers. Next up, it says the judge recommends lawyers over an article that revealed details of a sealed court proceeding. The judge recommended the defense and the prosecution this morning over an article that said revealed details of a sealed proceeding held Friday. The judge said, well, someone is lying after lawyers from both sides said they don't know who could have leaked the information. Defense attorney Mark said he learned of the article when the government sent it to him yesterday. One or more people in the courtroom or the designated people who were here on Friday flagrantly violated the court order, the judge said. The judge said he'd be investigating and threatened to punish any violation, citing his order that threatens punishment as severe as criminal contempt or sanctions. The judge warned both sides he would seize their devices and compel people to testify under oath if any other violations occur. He ain't playing around. Don't play around moving forward. So he said he's going next time this happens, defense, bring all your devices. Prosecution, bring all your. We're going to go through this with a data forensic scientist, and we're going to go through all your emails. We're going to go through all your text messages, and if we find out one of y'all linked it, oh yeah, criminal contempt. So you'll probably get some jail time, but it is what it is. We shall see who, if anyone in the court, were playing around. Which this is good though. This is good. We shouldn't be leaking these documents. Come on, guys. Have some pride and dignity. Act like you guys cherish and welcome this courtroom. Brendan Paul, assistant to Diddy, is about to put the nail in the coffin with respect to the drug charge. Oh, I mean, even that, even with Brandon Paul testifying, we already got the messages from Diddy authorizing Robin to give up the money for the drugs. So we already know that that's taking place. This is showing that Diddy's using his enterprise and his power to tell his employees, his subordinates, to go and buy drugs. So I mean, we already got that, but now we're about to get the guy that's actually supplying them. So yeah, when you say the nail in the coffin, I say the dirt on the coffin. You say the nail in the coffin, I say the dirt on the coffin. Just the facts. You say the nail in the coffin, the nail might already be there, but right now it looks like they might be just, I mean, the defense still has a chance. Right now they might be lowering it, but just the facts, I'm with you. It might be we need to stop putting the nail in the coffin. We need to start putting the dirt on the coffin. You know what I mean? It's either the nail in the coffin is just another, that's old. We don't even do that no more. We got the new coffins that you put them down, they got latches and they just lock like that. We don't need to put the nail in them no more. That's primitive. No, 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 no. We need to just lock the coffin up and we need to start putting the dirt on it. Or we can put it in the incendiary. We can put it over there, let it burn up a little bit. You know, that's probably the best way to get rid of a demon body like this. I don't know if putting the nail in is going to stop it because we ain't going nowhere. Oh, we ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now. It's bad boy for life. Yeah, it might be the dirt on the coffin. It might be the dirt on the coffin. But either way, you might be right, just the facts. And I like that. Just the facts. That's all we here for. All right. Here's what the other jurors were told about the dismissal of juror number 6. Yesterday, Shapiro asked the judge what other jurors were told about juror 6 dismissal. The judge said the other jurors were told that juror number 6 was excused and they couldn't discuss the circumstances around it. And the jurors were not allowed to discuss it amongst themselves. The judge told the parties they would handle another separate issue with juror number 7 at the end of today. So juror number 7, we heard a little bit about. Number 6 was really kicked up out of here for lying, moving over to Jersey and not giving the place a heads up, and then getting exposed by a staffer. We're not too sure what juror number 7 has going on, unless this is who they were passing notes to. Let me see what this is. Okay, that's just the timeline. We good. We good. Let me get all caught up. Told about the dismissal. What's up, the homie? Oh yeah, you know the jurors were talking amongst themselves. Damn, what happened to number 6? Man, I knew he was acting a damn fool. I knew they was gonna get rid of him. You already know how that goes. The prosecutor the prosecutors say they could rest their case as soon as tomorrow. Prosecutor Comey said the prosecution will likely rest their case tomorrow, but it could spill over to Friday. This is kind of what we already went over. Mark estimated the defense could take somewhere between 2 and 5 trial days, and they're still making some adjustments. The judge noted that they could be looking at charging the jury sometime next week, and Mark agreed to that projection. So, like I said, probably the end of next week. Maybe they wrap it up on Thursday. They give the jury, time to go deliberate starting Thursday evening, going into Friday. Of course, they ain't trying to spend a weekend in there. Remember, there's a holiday on Thursday, but we could be done by the end of next week. And that was my initial prediction, having it done before the 4th of July, at least. Now I know a lot of people don't celebrate Juneteenth, but it is a holiday nonetheless. Diddy's former assistant invokes his Fifth Amendment. Brendan Paul, Diddy's former assistant and alleged drug mule who got arrested and charges dropped in December, invoked his Fifth Amendment on the stand. The jury is not present. The judge will sign the immunity order compelling Paul to testify. He's expected to take the stand later on today. What's up, Fuzzy? And remember, this is a federal case. When you take this immunity, you have to testify, not on yourself. Well, you can tell on yourself because you got the immunity, but you have to testify. It's none of that. I don't remember. I don't know. Well, if you don't remember, we're going to send you to jail and let you sit down and see if you can remember. I don't know. There is some suspect stuff here. I mean, Rob Holiday was the one that. Okay, yeah, we almost caught up. Let me finish these, and then we'll go over to Inner City Press, and we'll be able to get into the nitty gritty. But Rob Holiday was the one that called to see if old girl was settled with Diddy. But if it wasn't that big of a deal, then why would you be calling to settle? That's how I look at it. The jury sees records for flights and hotel reservations made for an escort. The jury saw records for flight and hotel reservations for an escort named Jules to travel from Los Angeles to New York in August 2009, paid for by Diddy's American Express. The jury also saw text messages between Jules and Cassie, Diddy's ex, in which she thanked him and sends the escort flight information for his flight. The least appealing, a special agent with the Southern District of New York, testified on the stand while she was going over her board and chart. So that gives us the transportation to engage in P-tuition. That gives us that. Paid for by Diddy, courtesy of Bad Boy Records. It says Diddy's hotel bill for Dave paid with 5 bank accounts. Delisa Penland, a special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office, walked the jury through records related to September 2014 hotel stay in Los Angeles. The records included charges of Diddy's Amex card for a round trip flight from New York to Los Angeles for a man referred to as Dave. The hotel records showed the reservation was made under the name Ellie Maroon, with Christina Combs, foreign chief of staff, listed as a contact. The card on file belonged to Diddy. The records also indicated that the guest later requested an additional room to be added to the reservation. The credit card statement with those charges was paid off by 5 different bank accounts, including some linked to Bad Boy Entertainment and Combs Enterprises. So it's no longer personal. It's been paid off and reimbursed by Bad Boy Entertainment and Combs Enterprises, along with 3 other accounts. Now, again, I'm not here to prove the RICO to you guys, but you guys wanted to know where the potential RICO is. There was hotels bought and paid for, flights from New York to LA bought and paid for with Diddy's Amex card. Now, also, there were charges that were paid off by 5 bank accounts. Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprise, maybe Diddy's personal account, and then there's 2 other accounts we don't know too much about. But it said some being linked to Bad Boy Entertainment and Combs Enterprises, meaning you got Bad Boy Entertainment as a whole, but then you got a marketing budget, you got artist budgets, you got different type of budgets. So it could be 4 that are linked to 2 different companies and then 1 out of the personal, but they are linked to the enterprises. So when you were asking where's this racketeering boss, well, it's kind of when you're using the company, it's kind of illegal. Even if it is your company, it's kind of illegal. I don't know. I'm not a businessman, guys. Remember, I'm not a businessman. The jury sees a record of a hotel damage that Diddy paid. The jury saw hotel records detailing various hotel room damage that Diddy paid for. One hotel in Beverly Hills charged $500 for drape and carpet damage. Diddy's American Express card was used to pay a 2015 invoice listing $950 for linen damage and deep cleaning. Also, in October 2012, Diddy's American Express paid the Intercontinental New York Times Square $46,000, 786 for the penthouse damage. The name Frank Black was listed on the hotel portfolio. So Diddy just paying out of pocket right now. Dennis said, "What's going on, brother? Even if you have a business, if the business is doing illegal activities, Dennis, part of the crime." Hey, well, that's a fellow doctor telling you guys that ain't me. That ain't me. That's a certified doctor. You know, I'm an online doctor. He's a real life doctor. You know what I mean? But we ain't too far off. He's a little more educated, a little more knowledgeable. So I think he would have more insider information on what would be illegal and legal. You know, I don't know what the legality is of using my business credit card. You know what I mean? I can't use one of my LLC cards for my properties to go freak off with. You know what I mean? I can only use that when I'm like buying stuff for the pot, you know what I'm saying, for the property. Something needs to be fixed. You know what I mean? I can't just go buy gas for my regular car unless I'm doing some kind of work. Like while I'm over here, I can't use my business credit card to go fill my car up because I'm not doing business. You see what I'm saying? That's illegal. You know what I mean? It's not illegal, but it's illegal. You know, so if I try to write it off on taxes, that's illegal because that isn't a business expense. So I got to use my own personal credit card. The jury also sees a message between Diddy and a contact called New York Strip. The jury saw a message between Diddy and a contact New York Strip a couple of days before the December 2009 hotel stay. Diddy repeatedly texted him trying to set up a time for a quote unquote massage. "Can you let me know if there's a problem so I have time to get another present?" Diddy wrote. Later in the conversation, they both asked each other if they were cops. So Diddy asked the massage parlor or New York Strip, "Hey, are you a cop?" And they text him back like, "Nigga, are you a cop? You asking all these damn questions? You sound like a cop, Diddy." But let me ask you guys a serious question. If if it's just a present or a massage, why would Diddy worry if it's a cop or not? It's not illegal to get a present. It's not illegal to get a massage. So why would Diddy care if they were a cop or not? You know, I know a guy I went to school with. He's a cop. You know what I mean? I went to his house one time. He had a barbecue, but I didn't go over there and ask him was he a cop because going to a barbecue ain't illegal. You know what I mean? Before I moved over here, it was my 20-year anniversary from high school. You know what I mean? And I went to the little park that they had, you know, the community center that we got. We went out there, they were grilling. The cop was out there, but I ain't asked him, "Hey man, let me get a glizzy. Are you a cop?" I didn't care that he was a cop. I wasn't doing nothing. Why would I care if he's a cop or not? Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Why would Diddy ask if he's a cop? What up, Candy? We're just trying to figure out some things. You know, I get confused on Tuesdays. Tuesday, I get real confused. I don't be knowing what the hell going on Tuesdays. All right, so I'm gonna catch us up real quick. We got one more update. So all of this is just a timeline. What we're really here for is Brendan Paul's testimony. So We not too worried about what's going on here. We really want to hear what Brendan Paul is talking about. Yeah, this is giving us some inside information on where the expense is, where the money is going, which I definitely like that. We're gonna go to Inner City Press. I'm just trying to get us. Well, I guess it don't even matter if we get caught up because whenever Brendan Paul gets on, it's 4:55. We got about an hour and a half before lunch, so we good. Yeah, so it's only 4 updates, and we'll be caught up. We'll be caught up. What up, Chocolate Drop? We ain't seen you in here in a minute, Chocolate Drop. Where you been? You been melting on us? It's getting hot outside. Chocolate Drop got to stay inside. Not bring your ass outside, Chocolate Drop. We need to cancel out the oil in the Astroglide. We need to bring some chocolate. Won't you come with me to Chocolate City? Won't you come with me to Chocolate City? Yeah, what movie is that off of? What movie is that off of? It is hot as hell, man. That's why I got a cutoff on. I ain't bring the fan over here. It's hot as shit. And I got this hat on. I'm already sweating. It's just stale heat out here. I think it's like 85, but in this room, I might need to close the damn curtain. When I take a break, I'm gonna go get that fan though, for real, for real. I need to buy one for over here. All right. Photos of Cassie were shown with a swollen lip after the 2016 Intercontinental altercation. Emily Johnson is presenting a timeline of records related to March 2016 altercation between Diddy and Cassie. The records include text messages, calls, photos, beginning with Cassie inquiring about an escort's availability March 4th. The timeline also shows Diddy made 8 consecutive calls to Cassie around 11:28, all of which went unanswered. It includes a photo of Cassie with a swollen lip wearing sunglasses at 11:35. The jury previously saw these photos when Cassie testified. She took them in the car after leaving the hotel. And that's exactly what we were talking about yesterday. They're going to go over exactly what happened leading up to this, the incident, and what happened after it. All right. And from there, here we go. Now we're getting into some good shit. So, right after the incident happened, Diddy repeatedly called and texted Cassie after the 2016 hotel incident. Diddy asked Cassie 3 times around 11:36 a.m. Well, he called Cassie around 3 times at 11:36, but she did not answer. She called him back twice shortly after, with all the calls lasting about a minute. Now look, 3 calls at 11:36. What happened at 11:35? She took the photo. So why Diddy is bring, 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 she ain't answering. She in the back of the truck taking photos. The whole time Diddy is calling, she's taking photos and she ain't answering. She's getting this shit documented. Because Diddy called, so this is the timeline. Diddy called 8 times at 11:28 a.m. 11:35, which would be 7 minutes after, she's in the truck. She hasn't answered those first 8 calls. She's taking photos. Diddy calls back another 2 to 3 times at 11:36. So now we're getting the actual timeline of what everything. Remember, we were saying on the charts, her job is to get all of the evidence and line it up so we can get the full story of what's happening. Now, we also know that she called and she was inquiring about that. So we got it all the way up to setting up the hotel, who set up the hotel, who booked the hotel, who was the escort that was over there, to the time that they were leaving. So at 11:28 in the morning, Diddy was calling. Remember, this happened at like 10 something 11 because they told Diddy checkout time was coming. So 11:28, 8 calls. Bring, 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 bring. No answers. She's in the truck taking photos. 11:35. While she's taking the photos, Diddy's calling 3 more times at 11:36. Bring, 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 bring. No answer. She does call back shortly after, but we don't know what shortly after means because it says shortly after, with each call lasting about a minute. Diddy then called her back 3 times with an answer in text, call now. Cassie responded, I went and checked everything and spoke to security. Jules left. So you're good. As long as you don't disturb the other guests, they'll leave you be. Diddy called her twice again shortly after. So we got 8 calls. We got 8 calls, 3 calls, 11. Then we got 3 more calls. We're at 14. Then Cassie responded back. I spoke to security. You're good. Then so that's 14. We're at 16 calls that Diddy has made since 11:28 in the morning to 11:36. Diddy called 16 times. Diddy called twice again shortly after, and she didn't answer. He texted her, called me now and call me. The cops are here. Diddy called her 3 more times at 12:08. So now we're at 19 phone calls within 40 minutes. We got 19 phone calls. Shortly after sending the message, the first call lasted 18 seconds, while the other 2 were not answered. At 12:09, Cassie called Diddy back. Former security guard D-Rock, Damian Butler, who goes was for 22 seconds. Diddy texts Cassie, "You're going to abandon me all alone," and called her again twice with no answer. So Diddy texts, and now we're at 21 calls within 41 minutes. So 41 minutes, we're at 21 calls. 41 minutes, 21 calls. All right. Cassie said, "I have a premiere Monday for the biggest thing I've ever done in my life. I have a black eye and a fat lip. It was time for me to go. You are sick for thinking it's okay to do what you're done." Cassie texted him, "Please stay far away from it." Now, remember, everyone was saying this is just a DV and she was consenting, but this don't look like consent here. Both Diddy and D-Rock called Cassie after the message and she didn't answer. So that puts us at 22 calls, 23 calls, including D-Rock. So we're at 23 calls with 22 coming from Diddy. They both called her back. She didn't answer. Cassie called D-Rock back, and they were on the phone for less than 2 minutes. "Call me," Diddy text Cassie. "Help!" That's what that nigga Diddy said. "Help!" Diddy called Cassie multiple times over the next 10 minutes, with Cassie answering once for about 34 seconds. During that time, Cassie also called D-Rock twice. So Diddy called her multiple times. We're at 23. So we're just going to put it at 25 to make it an even, just to make it a whole number. So we'll say 25 over the last hour, 25 phone calls in the last hour, with Cassie answering once for about 34 seconds. During that time, she also called D-Rock. "I'm about to get arrested," Diddy texted her at 12:19. "Thanks." This nigga Diddy is saying thanks. He's telling her, "I'm getting arrested thanks to you," when you were the one that beat her and she still didn't call the police or press any charges. So everyone's saying, "Oh, this is a money grab." All this shit was going on. And what did she do? She said, "Nigga, just stay far away from me." She didn't say, "I'm calling the police." She said, "I got a movie premiere. You're sick for doing this and thinking that's okay." She never pressed charges. She never sued Diddy. She wrote a book about her life story and told Diddy, "Do you want the rights to the book for $30 million?" Diddy played her off. That's when she dropped the lawsuit. It is what it is. But this is her life story. You can't get mad at someone for dropping their life story. This is their life. They have every ability. When Diddy's putting out books and doing interviews about his life story, I didn't hear one person say, "Oh man, this is a money grab. Diddy's just doing these interviews." When Diddy was out there dancing in the background, I ain't hear no one saying this is a money grab. Diddy just out here dancing to get his face on there to do more promotion. No, because you have the right to do what the fuck you want in life. So it's not a money grab. She was writing a book about her life and she offered Diddy the rights to it. The dumbass nigga didn't accept the book, so she sued the nigga. But she could have sued this nigga years ago, but she let this nigga slide. She let this nigga slide. And then she like, "You know what? Fuck letting this nigga slide." Because we got the text messages of him talking about, "I'm about to be arrested. Thanks." Nigga, she didn't beat you up. You beat her up. Nigga, that's your problem. Nigga, get the fuck off my phone. It's like, thanks. Like, nigga. And then why would you even put that in the text message, nigga? This is all on Diddy for being an idiot. This is all on Diddy for being an idiot. That's all it is. He could have got away with this. Hell, he got away with it for 15 years, 20 years. 2006, yeah, damn near 20 years he got away with this shit. So this is on nobody but Diddy. But anyway, I'm not here to tell y'all if he's innocent or guilty. I'm here to read y'all the motherfucking black and white. He called her again, 26 phone calls. If you don't pick up, you'll never hear my voice again. Okay. Diddy called Cassie 5 more times. We had 31 calls in the last hour and a half, but none of the calls were answered. Christina Courtroom, Diddy's former chief of staff, also called Cassie. Now we're at 32 calls, including Christina Courtroom. She also called Cassie once during that period, and not one call was answered. So I got us at 30. I said 25 plus the 1 plus the Christina Courtroom plus the 5, the 3. So we're at 33 phone calls within an hour and a half because we got the 5 more calls. So yeah, I'm gonna put us at within this hour and a half of happening. All the phone calls that came into Cassie, we got roughly 33 calls within an hour and a half. All right, that's good. We needed that. The timeline shows a flurry of phone calls and texts after the incident. The timeline of records related to the March 2016 incident between Diddy and Cassie had Christina Courtroom, former security Damon Butler, D-Rock. Cassie texts Courtroom around 2:30 saying, "This is crazy. He won't stop. Please tell him the neighbors are about to call the police." Remember? This is the same day after all of this happened. Diddy pulled up in the golf cart with the hammer. Remember, he showed up with the hammer, and the friend Carrie was in there. So all of this is going on. This 12 o'clock, so about 2 hours later. Remember, Diddy went home. They kicked him out the hotel. He checked out. They said, "Hey man, it's checkout time. You gotta get out of here." Cassie went home, and remember, Carrie was at the house. This is when Diddy hopped in the golf cart, came over there with the hammer, and boom, 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 busted down the door. So Diddy has a history of busting the doors down. So when we hear James Doe's story, when Diddy kicked through 3, the master bedroom, the bathroom, and the closet, at first I was thinking Diddy ain't like that. He ain't capable. But then I had to remember he did bust down the door at Cassie's apartment after the 2016 incident, and he had a hammer in his hand. I don't know where he got the hammer from, but he had a hammer. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm Mo.J, and we are here to stay. This is the Mo you know. All right. So Cassie texts 2:30 to KK saying, "This is crazy. He won't stop. Please tell him the neighbors are about to call the police." KK responded that she got him and they're going down the elevator. D-Rock said to Courtroom, "Tell him he needs to get out of there before they call the police." Cassie and her best friend, former, put that in there, Carrie, both testified that Diddy went to Cassie's apartment after they left the hotel. Cassie texts Courtroom, "Please take away whatever keys he thinks he has." Christina Courtroom said she texts D-Rock that she got him back to the Los Angeles home around 3 p.m. After more unanswered calls from Diddy to Cassie, which we're just going to put it at 40 calls now within 3 hours, Christina texts her, "Talk to him. He promised me he won't go back over if you willing to just talk to him for 5 minutes. And sorry, don't want to be in the middle. Just don't want him to go back over." Between 4:49 and 5:15, calls between Cassie and Diddy connected for 18 and 10 minutes. So now we're at 42 phone calls in 5 hours. Jeez Louise. Jeez, look at all this extra shit we got. All right, we got one more update and then we caught up. Court takes a, all right, good. So the cross is going to come up here. We'll finish this up and be caught up by the break. "I wish I could just crawl in bed and stay there until I look better," Cassie told Diddy. Records showed text message between Cassie and others planning for her fitting on March 6th. The timeline shows the photo first shown during Cassie's testimony, in which she's wearing a gown and sunglasses during a fitting. On the morning of March 7th, Cassie texts Diddy, "This was supposed to be a really exciting day for me, Diddy, and I wish I could just crawl in my bed and stay there until I look better." The timeline shows a series of calls between Diddy and the former Intercontinental security guard, Edie Garcia. Now remember, Edie Garcia, he was offered $50,000 initially with an NDA. They harassed this brother. The same way we got 42 calls to Cassie, Edie was getting the same amount of phone calls. We'll just cut it down to maybe like 10 to 15 calls from Christina Courtroom, and she was trying to, hey, you get the security footage. You get the security footage. I got Diddy on the phone. So he was offered $50,000. But when he went over there, Diddy ended up giving him $100,000. He took $50,000 back to the director of security, and then he busted down 50 like a real nigga would with his homeboy. So he got 25, and the other guy got 25. But remember, he does have immunity. But bribery is a charge upon the RICO. So that's why they're putting this back in here and giving you that summary that Diddy was trying to pay people off to get this footage. Now, if this footage wasn't damaging or if it wasn't incriminating, Diddy wouldn't have paid for it. Now, the only time you're bribing somebody is when something illegal is going on. You know, when you're doing something you're not supposed to, that's when you bribe somebody. That's why bribing a cop is illegal. Because, hey, man, I know I can't go back to jail. They want a nigga with 2 strikes to get 3, man. I got $100,000 for you. You can't bribe nobody. Name an instance where you bribe someone when you're doing something you're supposed to. Never. That's why bribery is a criminal act. So that's why they're putting this back in here. The timeline also shows a photo of Garcia's license taken at 2:21 p.m., recovered from Christina Courtrum's phone. Now, remember, Christina had 2 phones. All of this evidence that we're hearing and seeing, for some strange reason, they still had all of this on the phones. All this incriminating evidence, which makes me believe that Christina Courtrum has been working with the feds for a while. They had all of this on the phone in 23 from 2016. Remember when they went over there, Diddy got a little bit of insurance, and Edie was like, "Why are you taking a picture of my credit? I mean, not my credit card, but my driver's license? Because if this tape ever got out, they wanted to be able to go and slide on that nigga." That's the only reason that's what that is. What else? When we watched Set It Off, when they went over there and they took out that innocent man, Luther, who was over there with that white woman. Yeah, Cleo took the license, just a little insurance policy. If you end up telling on us, we know where to come and find you. The same reason they took a photo of Edie Garcia's driver's license, just in case Edie had another copy of that tape. But hey, I got to put this disclaimer out, guys. I got to put this disclaimer out. March 7, 2016, I'm going to find a photo from March 7, 2000. Matter of fact, I'm about to go find one right now so I can give you guys an alibi, because I know people be telling me that I'm bringing down a black man, assuming that I was there on March 7th. So let me go check my phone real quick. I'm going to find a video or something from March 6th and 7th of March 6th and 7th of 2016. Let me go find this. I know how y'all can get. 2016, they say. It's August. We're gonna go to the June. March of 2016. I was in Poland doing the water sampling. So I was in Poland getting harassed. This is the week of March 6th and 7th, 2016. I was in Poland getting harassed by customs. They thought that I was a Syrian refugee flying from Poland to Germany. So they confiscated all my stuff. I had the big ass cooler with all my water sample. I didn't even make it on the plane yet. So I was getting harassed in Poland because they thought I was a Syrian refugee going back to Germany because I was the only black person at the airport. But in reality, I was doing water sampling for NATO to make sure that this war that kicked off, water would be drinkable, potable in Poland. So that's what I was doing March 7th of 2016. I was not anywhere near Diddy or in LA. So you can't say I'm bringing down the black man. You know, I keep my motherfucking alibis tight. All right. I was in Poland water sampling in March 7th, 2016. So I didn't have anything to do with this. If anyone's bringing down a black man, it's this white. It's going to sound bad, but I got to say it so you guys can understand the magnitude of what's going on. If anyone's saying it's somebody bringing down this black man, it ain't me. It's this white bitch, Christina Courtroom, that kept all this incriminating evidence on her fucking phone for 7 years. You need to be calling her ass and asking her, why the fuck do you still have this nigga's driver's license in the phone in fucking 24? No, yeah, 24, 8 years later. Why? 2016, they got arrested in 2024. Y'all need to be calling her ass up and asking the white lady why she got all this incriminating evidence. The timeline also shows Garcia's license taken at 221, recovered from Courtroom's phone. Garcia previously testified that he met with Diddy to exchange the video footage for $100,000 that afternoon. And while he was there, he signed an NDA, and Courtroom took a photo of his license. Here we go. Starting around 2:30 p.m. that day, Cassie called Diddy's guard, Damian Butler, D-Rock, in her apartment building, the Comstock. D-Rock then called her and connected the call for less than a minute. Cassie then texts Morgan, which is Carrie, saying, I should have sued. Totally, Carrie responded, but Cassie didn't sue. She held nigga down. So everyone's saying it's a money grab. She's saying she could have, but she held this nigga down. She ain't say nothing for this fucking criminal. But there ain't no RICO here. It's just DV. That's what they say. Diddy called Cassie again for about a minute later that afternoon. On March 7th, Diddy called Garcia twice, with a second call connecting for about a minute and a half. Two photos on Cassie's phone taken later that evening showed her and Diddy together. Garcia called Diddy on March 8th for about a minute, and Diddy called him later that night, but call went to voicemail. Diddy called Garcia again the next day, and Garcia called him back later, and the call connected. Then on March 25th, Combs called Garcia for about a minute. The court took a break. The court is coming back, and we are all caught up. So that's part 3. 48 minutes. No. In March of 2016, I wasn't in Poland. When Diddy, when was it? When Diddy got arrested. That's November of 24 when Diddy got arrested. I was in London. March of 24, I was in London also with Maurice, and that was when the house got raided. Yeah, see. So during the raid, I wasn't there. During the incident at the hotel in 2016, I wasn't in the country. I wasn't in the country doing the raid. I wasn't in the country doing the arrest. So I ain't tearing down no black man. I wasn't there. I don't know what's going on. All right, let me take this back real quick before we jump into this and just cover a little bit of this information here. So this is just taking us back. Anything before we bring the jurors in? Let's get Diddy in. Judge, I believe your client would like 10 minutes to review the materials. Mark, can I ask him that question? Mark, Mr. Combs waives his right to be present for the immunity application. Let's proceed. So Diddy didn't even want to be in the courtroom when Brendan Paul took to the immunity. That tells you something. The defendant doesn't even want to be in there when this person take. So Brendan Paul got some information. Diddy say, I waived the right to even be present during this immunity. I don't want to hear him getting immunity. Oh, fuck. Why are they giving him immunity? So Diddy's not even in the courtroom when they give the immunity order to Brendan Paul. That's good information to know. Let's proceed. Brendan Paul, take the stand. Did you receive a subpoena? Yes. Do you intend to invoke the fifth? Yep. We propose the immunity order. I will enter it. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Diddy is brought back in. We're ready to proceed. Good morning. Let's get back to the London Hotel. Diddy, Cassie, Jules, Theodore. What are these Amex charges? Virgin American plane tickets for Jules Theodore. Damn, Diddy, you cheap bastard, putting this nigga on Virgin American. Now, flying international Virgin, nice, but like domestically, I've only flown Virgin once. Damn, Diddy cheap as a motherfucker. So Diddy got Virgin Airline tickets for Jules Theodore. What airline is associated with the charge? American Airlines from JFK to LA, and the hotel Four Seasons for Clayton Howard, aka Dave. Let's look at 6T108. What is this? A travel invoice. Bad Boy Entertainment was paying for that travel invoice. What is this? A flight for Jules. What payment method? Diddy's Amex. Whose name is on the invoice? Mr. Philip Pines. $500 for damage to the drapes. Agent Penland. What is this? The booking for Intercontinental in Times Square in the name of Frank Black. And the charge, damage to Penthouse, $46,786. Paid on the Amex. That monthly bill was paid by various accounts at a signature bank. So it's Diddy's card. It's Diddy's card, but it's not Diddy's personal card. You see that? You got your personal card, but then you got your company card. It's Diddy's personal card, but the monthly bill is paid by various accounts at the signature bank. Whose accounts are on those? Could be Bad Boy. Remember they said some are linked to Bad Boy, some are linked to Combs Enterprise. So Diddy was using his personal Amex that was linked to all of the company accounts. And that's where you're getting the enterprise from. You can't do that. You can't book flights with Bad Boy Entertainment for non-Bad Boy business. You can't book flights for a freak off for an escort who becomes a prostitute once you give them the transfer of money for an X act. All of that's illegal, and you can't pay for it with company funds, which ties in to the enterprise, or as you guys would like to call it, a racketeering boss. I don't know what the fuck a racketeering boss is, but all right, what is this charge? A hotel in Riverhead. Where's that? Long Island, New York. Where's that? The Hamptons. Yes, these communication between Diddy, Cassie, color coded. What is this? A call from Diddy to Cassie, 41 seconds. Let's read this. Skylar can come later. Let's do Skylar. Then Skylar responded to Cassie. Go to slide 4, please. Skylar texts Cassie. What area? Then Skylar said, I'm laying in bed or I'm laying head down. What? I'm laying head down. The only thing I know about head down is pussy popping on a handstand. I'm laying head down. Hit me up if we're getting together. What do these boxes show? 3 photos taken by Cassie. What day is this? March 6, 2016. Walk us through it. Diddy calls Cassie. No answer. Cassie texts Diddy. Says, I checked with security. Jules left. You're good as long as you don't bother the other guests. So this is after the incident happened. What did Diddy text back? He texts, call me. The cops are here. Then a call connects, which is everything that we went over. Cassie calls D-Rock. It connects. Diddy calls Cassie. No answer. March 5th, 2016. Cassie texts, you were sick to think that this is okay what you did to me. Please stay far away from me, nigga. I have a premiere. She didn't say nigga, but that just felt like a good spot to put it. What did Diddy text Cassie? He texts, call me, help. Then he texts, help me. I'm about to get arrested. Then if you don't pick up, you'll never hear my voice again. Then what? Called, not answered. Christina Courtroom called Cassie. Here Cassie calls D-Rock. Then Christina Courtroom. The call connects. What does D-Rock text? D-Rock text, man, tell that nigga to get out of there before they arrest him. He not picking up. Every time you hear me say nigga, I'm just inserting nigga for the you know what I'm saying, so you guys can understand this some real shit. What does Cassie text to Diddy? I'm going to bed. Now, what does Carrie text to Courtroom? Carrie says, I don't think anyone should call her. In a photo of the LAPD detective's business card. What's next? D-Rock and Courtroom both try to call Cassie. Then Courtroom asks, what is this? What is Edie's last name? D-Rock texted Diddy, Cassie, she eating good breakfast. Then a 13-minute call from Diddy and Cassie. What does Mr. Nash write to Cassie? What time can you do today? Arturo is available 3 to 4 p.m. Cassie said D-Rock's place. Then Diddy calls Edie Garcia. Garcia calls back. What does Cassie text? She texts, this was supposed to be my big day. Now I wish I could just stay in bed. And here. Then there's a call between Diddy and Edie. Hey, nigga, answer your phone. I got this money. And what is this? A photo of Edie Garcia's license found in Christina Courtroom's phone. Now, on March 9, 2016, what occurs? Diddy calls Edie back up. Then on the 25th at 1 p.m., Diddy calls Edie again. Hey, Playboy, where you at? Got this money. Agent Penland and the other of these charts. Agent Penland, other than these charts, did you have any involvement in this case? No, no further questions. So then we're on a break. All right. So now we're all caught up on both pages. You know how we do. You know how we do. We got all caught up. The judge on the bench, special agent, the jury is entering. They're back. Judge, let's have Agent Penland back. And now the jury all rise. You've been in. All right. So here we go. We good. What else to see you? All right, so we all caught up. Make sure you hit that like button. We only got like 28 likes. I know it's Tuesday. Y'all don't fuck with me anytime before Wednesday. I get it. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We got the defense coming up here. Okay, so Tina Garagos is going to be the one. She's going to be the one doing the cross. So that's cool. We get to see what the head lawyer has got to say. Now remember, all she's doing is giving all Penland is doing is just giving the timeline. So what they're going to try to do, issues, man. All right. So my thing is with the defense, unless they're gonna, I think the only way the defense can really like try to crack this timeline, they got to start inserting text messages. Because when they put this board together, they're only putting the stuff in there that looks good for the prosecution. So it's going to be on the defense to start entering in text messages that may have happened from Cassie, from Jane Doe, with them saying they were going to buy some stuff. Because now you got to try to crack this timeline. This is just a timeline of the events that took place, but of course, it's leaning towards the prosecution side. So they're going to have to ask questions like what we see here. Did you know Cassie went to South Africa then? They're going to be like, no. So then they're going to be like, well, Cassie did this and did this and did this. But we'll see how that works out. But remember, we aren't here for the crimes of anyone else except for Diddy. Everyone else got immunity, and we're not here for dumb decisions. But we got to take off our prosecution hat, and we got to look at this from the defense lens, just so we can get a full understanding of the case. Again, we ain't defending Diddy. We ain't against it. Well, you could be for Diddy. You could be against Diddy. I'm not defending or I'm not against him. All I'm reading is this, and I'm trying to entertain you guys. Again, if you have any issues, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but if you have any issues with what I'm reading on the screen today, please, you have more than any civil liberties to contact the Southern District of New York. contact the AUSA and ask them, why are you asking these questions? Or if you want to get more in depth and more intimate, you can look up Diddy's inmate number and you can send him fan mail and ask him, why did your defense attorneys do this and do that? All I'm doing is reading off the screen. So don't get mad at me for reading. All right. One thing they told me when I was growing up, they said, Julius, you go get you an education. They may be able to lock you up, but they could never take this from you. And I said, I don't know what the fuck that means. But now as an adult, I guess this is what they mean. Niggas is going to hate you reading the facts. All I'm doing is reading the facts and they mad at me. They telling me I'm bringing the man down. I'm not in the courtroom. I'm not on the stand. I didn't do this shit. I feel like anyone that says I'm bringing down a black man, I think I need to get me a lawyer and well, no, I was gonna sue for defamation, but I have brought a lot of niggas down on this channel, specifically when it comes to TV shows and movies. Fuck it. Fuck it. We gonna sue anyway. When Diddy sued Ciroc and Diageo, why didn't we hear anybody saying that's a money grab? Wasn't Diddy trying to extract money from him? So wouldn't that be a money grab if Diddy sued Diageo? Wouldn't that be a money grab? I mean, he's suing for financial gain, right? Oh, they ain't giving me money like they doing everyone. So why didn't anyone say that was a money grab? I be confused sometimes because they'll tell me one thing, but it don't apply across the board. So I don't really like all that. But all right, we're back on the stand. Part 4. D-Lin. What's going on, Jay? What's up, D? All right, we here, man. I'm hot as hell. These lights are too bright for me, man. I don't know if I'm prepared for the big moment. They're back. All rise. The jury has came in. You've been with the Southern District of New York for 10 years? Yes. Let's turn to this date. Did you know that Cassie went to South Africa then? No. (12/8-915). You didn't try to find out who else was in this chat? I did not. You're a special agent, yes. As a special agent, you know how to look for evidence, right? Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Ah, okay, Tina Garrigos. Her job ain't to look to find out who was in there. She's a summary witness. She's a summary witness. If the evidence is there, I can only go off the evidence. It's not my job to do digging and do the prosecution's job or the defense's job. Whatever evidence is entered, I put it in a motherfucking timeline and I goddamn take these text messages and I put them in order in accordance to what the goddamn case is talking about. I'm not about to find out the 19 other niggas in this group chat. We don't care about them other niggas. They ain't on trial today. We talking about the security and the motherfuckers that work for them. We don't care about all them extra niggas in there. You got to get that objection in. You got to let the judge know. This is passionate, man. You know, I got over 140 hours in this, man. Y'all think I'll be up here playing around? This shit's real for me, man. I'm in the trenches right now, man. I feel like I'm part of the culture right now, man. Oh yeah, Moochie, I seen that. I seen the message, but I didn't get off work today till literally like 4:10, 4:15. That's why I was gonna start at 4 o'clock, but I got off work like 4:15. Man, I got like an hour and a half of comp time from today. But shit, I ain't gonna lie, I was sitting up there fucking working my ass off today, like no other. And we only need 81 subscribers on the More You Know, guys. And that's all we need. We're gonna be at 1,000 over there, and we're gonna be going crazy. I think once I reach 1,000 subscribers on the other channel, I'm only gonna live stream on that channel, especially when it comes to this stuff. But I just wanted to cover all of it. So they're letting Genie. Oh, Diddy. I know Diddy didn't want to be on the stand when they gave him his immunity. But right now we're just waiting because again, like I said, they're asking, did you know who else was on the trip to Africa? I mean, what does that have to what's that got to do with this case? Yeah, we know she was over there. She was fucking with Michael B. Jordan. But this is one reason why you see them all messing with the same women. Because all these same women, it's kind of like a vetted process. You kind of know, oh, they ain't gonna say nothing. They be with all the wild shit. So that's why they continue to mess with like the same women. I know it's nasty, it's disgusting, but hell, all the chicks that we didn't been involved with, man, they didn't mess with multiple niggas and shit like that. It'd be like that sometimes. But these niggas are different. So that's why I try to stay out of all of this nonsense. And as of right now, we're just waiting. We got 100 people in here and 35 likes. Come on, man. Y'all can get me up to like 65-ish, 70. I know you sitting at work, but tell your boss, hey, nigga, Diddy's on trial here. This nigga Mo is sweating his ass off to tell us what's going on. Tell your boss to sit his ass down or her. You know, we don't discriminate over here. It's equal opportunity. Tell all them motherfuckers I said live stream this on their phone too and subscribe to the channel. As a matter of fact, tell them since they your boss, that means they make a little bit more money. Tell them they ask to go ahead and hit that cash app pin in the chat, MOEDOTJ. Tell them to send 500. You know what I mean? Tell them to send 500. And if you a boss yourself, I fuck with you. Send 99.99. All right, while we wait on this, I'm gonna play this. Whoever this is, Diddy accuser recounts alleged assault in first interview.
According to your lawsuit, you were hired by a security firm to work security at one of the infamous white parties that was thrown by Sean Combs in the Hamptons. What was that experience like?
At first, he was incredibly friendly, very gracious.
So you had a friendly chat, and then, according to your lawsuit, at some point later in the night, Sean Combs himself offered you a drink. This didn't come from staff or someone holding a tray of drinks. It came from him directly.
Correct. The first drink started to have some effect on me. And I just thought, wow, these are really strong drinks. It wasn't until the second drink, and it was already too late, that I realized that there was something wrong with the drinks. Sadly, Sean Combs was waiting in the wings. He was watching from some sort of vantage point. And once I was in a helpless position and he was sure that he was in a position of power, then he took advantage of the situation.
You allege that you were forcibly pushed into an SUV by Sean Combs. That act alone, according to your lawsuit, left you in considerable pain. And then once inside the vehicle, your lawsuit says plaintiff was held down by Combs, who overpowered him while he struggled to escape due to the effects of the drugs in his system. And it goes on to say that he sodomized you.
I was screaming. I was telling him to stop. It was incredibly painful. And he was acting like it was nothing. And he seemed to be disconnected from it. But it was abusive beyond belief.
Let me tell y'all something real quick. I crashed out early in life. But as an adult, as soon as I sobered up, or whatever the hell he was going through, because whatever he was doing, that shit, them niggas wouldn't have been doing that shit to me. I'm telling you right now, I would have went back and caused some havoc. There would have been some pain. I wouldn't be here today, because I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm going to crash something. I'm going to crash something. I cannot sit back and stand by. No, I'm going to crash something. It's gonna be like motherfucking Iran and goddamn Israel around this bitch when let some shit like that go down, nigga. I promise on everything. I already told y'all I don't mind taking a nail, but nigga, I'm going out swinging. Talk about they took advantage of me and they pushed me in the SUV. They would have pushed me in the SUV. I'd have been pushing a motherfucking knife in a nigga's throat or some shit. Shit. All right, here we go. Sustain. Garrett goes, let's turn to August 2009. Under the same name, Sean Combs, you include several U.S. exhibits. Let's pull up one. August 5th, 2009. Mr. Combs says, when do you want to freak off? LOL. What does Cassie say? Cassie has, I'm always ready to freak off. Let's put this in the defense exhibit. Cassie writes, I'm so horny, I can't concentrate. I'm going to Dwayne Reed. Pack us a bag. Did you include this in your chart? No, I didn't. Shit, all right. So horny, I can't concentrate. That's a Diddy move. That's a Diddy move. We know about that. That's a Diddy move. You can't fool us. I'm so horny, I can't concentrate. That's some horny ass shit, though, man. To be honest with you. But again, it's not illegal. Remember, guys, it's not illegal to freak off.
You know, he had these freak off.
Remember, guys, it's not illegal to freak off.
You know, he had these freak offs, and he admits to having these freak offs. You know, I mean, you can have them. You can have freak offs. They're not illegal, but it is illegal to pay somebody to have sex with another person. That's prostitution. That's illegal. And it becomes federal if you have them come in from Philadelphia to New York, and that becomes transportation for the purpose of a sex act. You know, that's commercial sex trafficking. And then it becomes even worse when you have a pattern of this activity, which we have that because we have more than one, and we have this non-consensual pattern of activity. So that's the whole RICO, that's the whole sex trafficking, that's the transportation across state lines. Those are the three charges that he's dealing with. This case will probably be wrapped up next week, I'm guessing. You know,
remember, it's not illegal to be horny. It's not illegal. It's not illegal to be horny. It's not illegal to not be able to concentrate. It's not illegal to get your freak on. Missy had a whole song, Get Your Freak On. It's not illegal to get your freak on. What she said? Yeah, it's not illegal to get nasty. It is illegal, however, to fly niggas out to get nasty for a fee. It is illegal, however, to fly a nigga out and pay them to sleep with someone else. It is illegal to supply drugs. It is illegal to order drugs. It's not illegal to be horny. If you're horny, let's do it. Genuine went platinum. It's not illegal to be a horny freak. It's not illegal to ride that pony, ladies. Or fellas, if that's what you get into. It's not illegal to apply oil. It's not illegal to put that Astroglide on. However, it is illegal to use your company card to pay a freak off nigga. However, it is illegal to transport niggas to have these freak offs and then pay them for the freak off. It's never been a crime to be horny or freaky. I know people say he's just a freaky nigga, and we fine with that. He a freaky, weird ass nigga, but there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? It's nothing illegal with that. You know, son. Back in my heyday, back in my heyday, I may have been a little free. Shit, I may have been able to give her 2 rounds. You know, nowadays it's just one before the hip flare up. Back in the day, I may have been able to give her 2 rounds, maybe 17, 18 minutes apiece. Nowadays, we got to cut that down, maybe 12-ish, like on a good day, maybe 15. If you give me some fruit, like some grapes, some apples, you know what I'm saying, some freshly squeezed orange juice, I might be able to give you a 20-minute rounder. But no, not anymore. Old girl, what she tell us back in the day? She want a freak in the morning, freak in the... There wasn't nothing illegal about that. They used to tell niggas to pull up to their bumper. Wasn't nothing illegal about that. Now, however, it is illegal if they pull up to your bumper and then you pay them to get to bumping. You know what I'm saying? Bumping and grinding was legal if they were of age. If you know that other guy, he doing some bumping and grinding with some 17 candles and under. But there's two different, there's, you know what I'm saying, there's being a freaky nigga and a nasty nigga. Those, I put those in the same category, but then there's disgusting, you know, and the disgusting category typically falls in illegal type shit. Well, depending on who you are. If you are an ex-worker, but then if you are an ex-worker, that means you're in the illegal category. So anything disgusting does fall upon that illegal stuff. I don't know. But remember, it's not illegal to be a freaky or a horny nigga. It's not illegal to not be able to concentrate. When I be at work sometimes, I'm like, what the fuck was I doing? Where am I at? Fuck this shit. I'm going home, nigga. Yeah, it's not illegal to not be able to concentrate. Unless your job is concentration. But all right, here we go. Let's get back over here, man. Y'all getting me sidetracked. Tina Garrigo said, here, Jules writes to Diddy, I need rest. You guys are rabbits, LOL, right? Yes. Here, Pop writes to Cassie, I love you so much. You consume my life. How did this happen? And Cassie says, I wonder that too, right? Yes. Nah, you don't want to be Iron Mike, man. We know they jammed Iron Mike up, man. You don't even want to put that bad juju on you, man. They got my nigga Mike, man. So Pop is over here texting now. Pop writes, I love you so much, girl. You consume my life. How did this happen? And Cassie said, I wonder that too. Is this, ladies, y'all like niggas writing like this? Girl, you consume my life. This shit just seems lame to write. You know what I mean? You're everything I need. Well, I love you so much. You consume my life. How did this just is whack, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. This just seems whack. I don't know. I got some we all got some whack ass messages we done sent the woman before, but this consuming my life, nigga. Nigga, you Diddy, nigga. Your life is supposed to, you supposed to be consumed by the music, married to the game, nigga. Talking about Cassie consumes your life. And what is the defense getting at right here? Like, this is Diddy saying, I love you so much, you consume my life. How did this happen? She says, I wonder that too. This isn't saying, yeah, nigga, I threw that monkey on you, nigga. You can't fight it. You can't resist it. I set up the best free calls. I bring the best dope. This isn't showing that, like, Cassie doing anything illegal, nigga. She's wondering, how the fuck is she consuming your life, nigga? You know, when they be like, how'd you do that shit? I don't know. I'm wondering how I did it too. She responded, nigga, I don't know. Nigga, I don't know. Maybe the drugs you gave me, nigga. Maybe you beating the shit out of me, nigga. Maybe, you know what I mean? I don't know, nigga. I don't know why I consume your life. Maybe because I can't have my own life because you got security fucking following me around. Christina Courtroom texting me all goddamn day. Security coming to pick me up from the crib. You blowing up niggas' houses. I don't know. Maybe that's why I consume your life because, nigga, you ain't doing shit else with your life but whooping ass, nigga. This is in 2009. So, like, I don't know. She's saying, I wonder that too. Like, nigga, I don't know why I consume your life, nigga. You weird. All of this is alleged. I don't know what the hell's really going on here. But we got to fill in the blanks because CNN ain't giving us no update. CNN, they be really waiting on me to respond to shit. All right. So yeah, we ain't got nothing, man. That's why I kind of starting late has kind of been the best thing, but we're going into the home stretch now, so we can't really be late because we only got maybe tomorrow, Friday, that's 2. So we got roughly 7 days left for trial. So I'm gonna try to be here on time, depending. Well, next week I ain't gonna. Yeah, next week I should be good. Monday I might be a little late Monday because I got the they emailed me and told me the car parts came in, so I was gonna try to get it done Friday, but they ain't gonna be able to do it. So Monday I will be dropping my car off like at 1, but they said it shouldn't take too long. All right, here we go. Here, Jules writes Cassie, great to see you, beautiful. And then I'm at your door, right? Correct. Here, Cassie writes, I'm horny and bored, right? Yes. All right, what we got? Nah, shit, they ain't on X. They on. They on heroin, they on cocaine, they on everything. All right, so Jules is at the door. Yeah, man, they just that's all I mean, I get why some people say all they see is DV and this is consent, but we know. We know she's horny. We know that her and Jane Doe were both picking out specific escorts that they wanted because they felt more comfortable. They got to do it. They might as well do it with someone they were all right with. But that's not what we're here for. We're here for these hotel rooms where prostitution was going down, being paid for by Bad Boy Entertainment and Sean Combs Enterprise. We're here for escorts being flown from New York to LA, LA to New York. We're here for that, being paid by Diddy Combs. We're here for Christina Corum and Robin, the accountant, and D-Rock, the security guard, all being in cahoots working for Diddy up under his enterprise to set these freak offs off for prostitution. We're here for the crime. So that's why I asked, why isn't the defense? I mean, it's kind of hard to defend that when you got the damn record showing that Bad Boy Entertainment paid for some shit in Sean Combs Enterprises, but it's like they're just going, they're trying to just prove. Remember what I was saying? What they're going to try to do is insert things that the prosecution didn't put in there. But again, Delisa, she works for the prosecution. Her job isn't to build the case for the defense. If y'all want a summary witness, bring y'all a summary witness and have them use their evidence. The prosecution got this witness to help them prove their case. So I guess they're trying to just go off of, hopefully the jurors will see that Cassie consented to a couple of these and everything's good. But we're not here for the consent. We're here for the payments, the trafficking. We're here for the prostitution. That's what we're here for. We're here for the drugs. We're here for the bribery. We're here for using the enterprise. Now, remember, just because of the RICO, you don't have to make money. It doesn't. Stop thinking the gangster recalls. You know, I mean, recalls. I'm thinking free calls and RICO. Stop thinking it like the gangsters, like a murder. They're selling big dope. No, you don't need that. You don't need any of that. We can get tax fraud up under a RICO, wire fraud. You know what I mean? It could be all goddamn financial fraud. As long as it's different counts of it. That's what we're here for. So I don't know if the defense is going with that, but it's kind of hard to defend it when you got all these text messages, when you got Diddy talking about, oh man, I'm sorry for doing this, I'm about to get arrested. It's hard to defend where Sean Combs' name is on the hotel. It's hard to defend where Diddy is in the text message with Robin, and Robin is saying, I need authorization to take this money out to give to Christina Corum, to give to D-Rock to buy the drugs. It's kind of hard to defend that when you hear Diddy say, hey, I agree, go ahead and do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm allowing it. It's kind of hard to defend that when you got the actual receipts. On the cross of special agent, defense focus on what's not included in the government summary chart. See, I should have been a lawyer, man. But I thought, I don't know, man. I thought I wasn't good enough, man. I thought the judge would laugh at me. On cross-examination, defense attorney Tina Garagos questioned Special Agent Peelan on the list of individuals associated with the meetings in the charge. She said there could have been other people present, but if I did not have the evidence, their name is not in the chart. It does not have the name of every potential person that was at the gathering. What did we say? Dog, I'm not here to find out the other 19 niggas. This is verbatim what I was saying. It's not my job to find the other 19 niggas in the group chat. We're looking for Christina Courtroom's name. We're looking for D-Rock, Robin, and Diddy, nigga. That's who we're looking for. We don't care about the assistant to the assistant to the assistant. You know what I mean? We're worried about these 4 motherfuckers. So with the evidence that's submitted, you should have submitted the defense. If you want us to look at the other 19 niggas, you should have submitted their name. The prosecution didn't put their name in here because the prosecution don't give a fuck about them because it's not going to make or break their case. So that's what she's saying up here. I don't have everybody's name in the phone chat. Like, that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to prove the case with the evidence that you agreed on. When the prosecution submits the defense, you got to agree on this evidence, right? Yeah. So, nigga, you should have said something back then, nigga. Don't question me, nigga. I'm on the stand doing this motherfucking. You see this chart, nigga? I wasted my weekend building this motherfucking chart. And you gonna question me about 19 niggas that I know nothing about, that you didn't think that they were important enough, that you didn't submit them niggas' names into evidence? Nigga, I put this chart together. Remember Friday, the goddamn judge was telling us to get this fucking chart together? That's what I did this weekend, nigga. No overtime pay because I'm a federal agent, meaning that motherfucker is just work for me. So don't ask me about them 19 niggas. I don't know them niggas. You don't even know them niggas. If you did, you would present them their names right now. But guess what? You can't, because they ain't in the evidence. So you can't even bring them up. So why the fuck are you asking me about these other niggas that were at the meeting when you didn't even submit their names? So you can't even say their names in court. Special agent, you calm your ass down on that stand. That's my job to tell them that. Whatever she said, you heard her. Yeah, you got Peeling up here doing the damn job for the defense, talking about, nigga, that ain't my job to find these other niggas. I just take the evidence that's presented. Well, I probably should have been a lawyer. Modi J, attorney at law. Matter of fact, let me see something. I'm gonna have to find it. All right. I don't have the name of every potential person that was at the gathering. Gary goes, read a series of messages between Diddy and Cassie from a different points in a time where Cassie wrote actually explicit messages to Diddy. In one instant, told him she's always ready for a freak off. After reading each message, Tina asked the special agent to confirm the message wasn't included in the government summary chart pertaining to Cassie. Some of the messages Tina flagged were dated around the time of meetings between Cassie and the escorts and listed on the chart. That's all you got to go off of. Come on, man. We trying to put the defense on, man. We trying to help them out, but geez Louise. Here's a message from Diddy to Cassie. I'm not asking you to freak off. What do you want to do? And she said, I want to smoke, go for a walk. Let's go out and have some carefree fun. I'll go get the volume, right? Yes. All right, there we go. Cassie said she went to go get the volume. Let me see. I'm trying to find something. Let me see. I don't know if I'll have it, but we might. Let me see. We ain't got no updates. All right, so we in between right now. We got us a little break. We all caught up though. She get the volume. I mean, shit. She kept the drugs on her. Kept the drugs on her. That's one thing about Cassie, man. She kept the drugs on her. Diddy on dang. Where was he at the other day? Was it New York Post? Man, we waiting on Brendan Paul, man. Take this thing on into lunch and bring Brendan Paul up after lunch. That's what we looking for. Let me see. The feds agreed Tuesday morning. Brendan Paul cannot be prosecuted for his testimony. 55 accused. Blah, 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 blah. Babyface basketball player, drug mule. Nah, man. Monet ain't getting up here and doing no testifying, man. Come on, man. She need to though. We do need to hear. We need to hear from the queen herself and know what the hell she got going on. All right. So she went to get the volume. Diddy writes, I liked it when Jules was in the room next door. Did you include this? No, my job was not to add things, just to check if what was in was correct. Mr. Combs right, you horny or sleepy? And she said both. See, what are they getting at? Come on, defense. Defend something. All right, man. We ain't getting nothing from the defense, man. We just here running up Diddy's check today, man. Diddy could have literally hired me, man. No, hey, young Drez, chill. No, they ain't talking about being horny and freaky in the courtroom. They talking about in the text messages. They talking about in the text messages from way back when. Cassie got a text from Diddy. Diddy writes, "You horny or sleepy?" Like that's some weird shit. I don't know. I ain't never asked a woman, "Hey, you horny, girl? What's up? What's good? You horny?" Like I can't talk like that, man. That's some weird shit. What's up? You horny? What you doing right now? I'm doing homework. Oh, that turn you on, don't it? Nigga, I'm doing homework. Yeah, but you horny though, right? Like that's just that's fucking weird. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, I'm gonna go through my text right now and just see if I ever text anything horny. 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 No results found. And I'm around the same age Diddy was at this point. There's no results found for the word horny. Like why would as an adult would I ever need that text? Are you horny? You know what I mean? Let me go to WhatsApp. Maybe I was a horny nigga on WhatsApp. Let me see what WhatsApp got to say. I mean, I got some women that saying they were horny, but I ain't got no message from me saying horny. From 22, 21, 20. Yeah. Yeah, I got like I put there's a let me see. I'm gonna try to find it real quick. Yeah, I got there's a you know the meme of Tom and Jerry. You know Tom is on the phone. He calling the police. He like he calling the police on the rotary phone. Yeah, like if someone say some off the wall shit, you put like that meme and say, man, you calling the horny police? Like nigga, yeah, like what's up, girl? You horny? Like that's a white person's word. Yeah, you know I'm too horny right now. Why? Why is that in your vocabulary? Let alone put it in a text message. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't trying to make nothing shake, man. Let's shut off the public screens and show these videos. Okay, put on the headphones. Everyone hears some soothing piano music. Good. Play the videos. So what, this nigga Diddy got piano music playing? What the fuck is going on? This is a horny nigga. So they got some soothing piano music playing in the video. All right, we got an update from CNN. Defense reviews Cassie's freak off messages with Diddy. Defense attorney is reviewing the messages previously entered into evidence in which Cassie expressed that she wants to freak off or discusses planning freak offs with Diddy. Diddy also called Cassie 5 more times in the morning for the next half hour, but none of the calls were answered. Christina Corns, former chief of staff, also called Cassie once during that period, and the call wasn't answered. Penland responded each time that she was not involved with the case and only reviewed materials by the prosecutors to ensure the charts were accurate based on the underlying source documents. Again, that's why I say, man, it's up to the defense to prove your case. Asking us, who are these other people? Oh, Maurice. Well, Maurice is back in the States. I think he might be in school because he's trying to be a lawyer. So I know he was with his family for Father's Day. So I think he might be. I think that nigga from like Louisiana or some shit like that. But yeah, he in the States, so he might be traveling back to wherever he is now. I don't know. I ain't talked to him since last week. All right. So we got the soothing music. Play the video. Yeah, man. They watching that video, and I don't know how much of the video they watching. The defense be trying to watch the whole damn video. The prosecution, like, we got 10 seconds. We got 15 seconds. The defense be wanting to show you the extended version. Yeah, man, this is where we at, guys. This is where we're at. We don't have no idea. Well, they probably about to go to lunch. Was we on CBS? Was it NBC? $17th. All right, maybe this was something 2 minutes ago. Agent pushes back on defense question over lack of Cassie's text and evidence chart. Garagos continued to point out loving texts between Diddy and Cassie that were missing in the prosecution chart, but the special agent on the witness stand resisted. The defense continued to review the text from Cassie that appeared to be loving or encouraging of freak-offs, noting their absence from the government's evidence presentation. Penland told the court that their job was not to add anything to the government's presentation, but to review what was included. The chart was based on evidence showing who was at specific gatherings and locations. Garagos then pointed to a date which the chart doesn't show Combs' name to indicate he was present at a specific gathering. Again, that's not her job to build the defense's case. They're taking the evidence that was given to them by the prosecution and putting it in chronological order and adding it up and making it make sense. So. What up, Mo? The defense is trying to have those jurors doing free calls when they leave the courtroom. Hell no. Jurors better not be engaging in no free calls. They had him like juror number 7 or number 6 on the corner, wondering if they can get back in here. So this is where we're at, guys. We just sitting around and waiting, hoping and wishing. Oh man. Yeah, so we don't know what the hell's going on after this video. And that's just where we at, man. We done came to a standstill. It's a standoff. All right, man. Defense reviews the free golf matches with Diddy. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what we got going on, man. Text show Cassie and Diddy routinely check calendars for freak off dates. It's ongoing bid to prove Diddy's freak offs were consensual acts. The defense reads through text that show the music mogul and then Cassie routinely exchanging dates for the next rendezvous. It could be any date you choose. Diddy text August 5th, 2009. In one text, Cassie responded that a Friday night would work best for her so she could have the rest of the weekend to physically recover ahead of the next work week. But Cassie added that if they couldn't make their schedules work for the weekend of August 7th through the 9th, she wouldn't be free again until August 28th. The defense showed a text from Cassie to Diddy on August 7th when she appears to tell him she's looking forward to performing oral on him. All right, Cassie getting down. Yeah. 6:30, 1:30, 12:30. Probably go to 12:30 to 1. Hey, thank you, Moochie, for becoming a member. We literally just sitting around, man. I don't know. Maybe let me try to refresh. I ain't seeing nothing. None at all. It does make me want to go back. All right, the jurors are still watching videos on headphones. For the record, Miss Foster has put it on until minute 14. That's what I'm saying. They trying to show the whole video. Did he do a video this morning? 3 hours ago.
Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Tuesday, June 17th, day 25 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. It's misty outside and it's murky inside. Juror 6 was bounced yesterday, and supposedly this morning there's another juror on the grill. Although, as best we can make out, although it's all been done in sealed proceedings, the government says there's no linkage. It appears that the defense said if you bounce Juror 6, who they wanted and who they apparently believe is a pro Diddy. We may find out later this week. I'll tell more on that anon. But they wanted to link it. If you get rid of 6, get rid of this other guy. Again, none of that's been made public at all, and I think it's a shame because we do know a little bit about juror 6, and we don't know about this other guy. So it's impossible for people to assess the fairness. Maybe some people think that it's not their right to assess fairness, but that's what the coverage is about. What can we say? Today we should actually have Brendan Paul. He was supposed to be yesterday. And then they spent the entire day reading in text messages. I mean, it does accumulate. It does show traveling for these freak-offs. It does show the involvement of Bad Boy Records and Combs Global people. So I guess at closing, it's all going to be tied together in terms of racketeering. But it was a little looking forward to a real witness today. Now let's move on because we're almost at the courthouse. Oh, got to put in a plug, which I forgot to do yesterday. The week 5 book is out. Diddy on trial, week 5, including Kanye West, who may or may not appear this week. We don't know. But check that one out. It's on Google Play, and it does provide a kind of blockchain-like verification of what was actually said in court, which I'm told is important since many people use Inner City Press to misreport many things. Now, here's the thing. Yesterday, Judge Subramanian said, as they ended at 3, he had another case. Well, I went to cover that case. It was incredible. In his actual courtroom, there were only 2 lawyers. I guess there was a court reporter. There was his deputy, and there was me, and that's it. And the case was a pretty, I guess you could say, humdrum case. It's an American with Disabilities Act case, which is an important law, but it's been very routinized. People sue for money. They get sometimes some repairs. Often they get.
I mean, we don't care about that other case, man. We just want the updates for this one. Now, they said they're watching a 14-minute long video. About what? It's probably got to be them sitting in a freak-off room. Because it was a freak-off tape. We heard Diddy talking in there. So that's where we're at right now. We're sitting around. They said they put it on for minute 14. So 14-minute video. That's 1 hour ago. I'm gonna go back a little bit to see stuff from earlier this morning while we wait. Cause I definitely want to see about the cards and who is paying for what. 5th. Okay, yeah, that's all we got. Was the travel invoice, Bad Boy Entertainment. All right, man. This is all we got, man. Well, shit, I'm about to go give me some. Well, I'm just gonna wait till lunch. I'm gonna wait till lunch. It's already 12:30, so we should be good to go. Now I can't even see the what's the name of the chat. And just a heads up for you guys, your boy old Donnie talking about going to air some things out over in Iran. That's what he says. He says we know exactly where he's at, the supreme leader, but we ain't gonna get him. Inner City Press, easy Louise. Whose idea was it to show a fucking 14-minute video, man? Break this thing up and ask a question in between every minute or two. What up, Detroit? We just sitting around waiting. The defense is showing a 14-minute video. We aren't sure if it's a freak off or it's just a video of just them having a grand old time, or maybe Cassie telling Diddy, I want to set up a freak off. We aren't for sure. But we did also find out that Bad Boy Records was paying for flights for escorts. Sean Combs Enterprise was also paying for the damages of from freak offs in the hotels. We found out a little bit of information today, but the defense is up here with a freak off compilation tape, trying to let us know what's really good in the hood. Oh man. NBC, what they got? The jury showing a block video. Likely explicit footage. I guess they probably showing Cassie going crazy. While both the sound and actual footage were blocked from the courtroom audience view, some sounds from the headphones placed on the table could be picked up by microphones. The sound appeared to be excited communications rather than routine conversation. So yeah, it's probably Cassie going crazy, and the jury watches videos from 2012 and 14 showing Cassie doing an alleged freak off. The jury watched portions of a video they viewed yesterday, recorded on October 14, 2012. Cassie previously testified that the video showed her and a man referred to as Dave doing a freak off. They also watched portions of another video recorded on the same day. The jury watched portions of another video that was recorded on October 20th. Cassie previously testified the video shown was of her and a man called Jules doing a freak off, who we know had tickets bought, is what we were looking at just a minute ago, right over here. Previously testified the video showed her and a man called Jules doing freak offs. They are now watching portions of a video recorded December 4th, 2014. So I guess all of them are just going to be, hey man, there you go Cassie going crazy. So they're showing like 3 or 4 different spots, but I wonder, are they showing, hey, put a 1 in the chat. Do you think they showing Diddy paying for these, or they're cutting them off before they get to the payment? Oh, shucky ducky, quack, quack. All right, we got some updates, but I think they're probably about to go on a lunch. This is the same, the jury block. Your Honor, yep, I knew it. Your Honor, we should take a break. How much longer do you have? An hour. I took longer then. Now then. How much longer do you have? An hour. I took longer then. All right, so they're going on break. We got 1 more hour, and then it looks like Brendan Paul will be on. So this will be 7. We'll get back from lunch probably 1:10, 1:15-ish. An hour from there, take it to 2:15-ish. There might be a little redirect, and then Brandon the first get questioned like around 2:15, 2:30-ish. That's if we're just sticking on schedule. How much longer do you have? An hour. I took longer than. Yeah, so we on break, man. Let me. Jeez Louise. What's going on, Nicole? Talking about morning. Good afternoon, darling. Good afternoon, darling. All right. So we got us a break. I think You ain't missed nothing today. Well, we did find out that Bad Boy Entertainment paid for flights, Sean Combs Enterprise, and 5 other accounts paid for freak off damages. Really, we haven't really everything that we went over is pretty much just a summary of everything we've already talked about. The defense, I figure they're kind of lacking today. They're not really defending anything. It was really a quiet time. So I don't even know if I'm gonna cut this part out, but yeah, it was really just quiet time because they had a 15-minute video of freak offs that we knew nothing about or couldn't hear or see. But they got about an hour left. We found out that there's going to be another juror addressed at the end of this, juror number 7. They're going to probably get rid of his ass or her ass, whoever it is. There was only 2 black people on this jury panel. But it seems like they're going to be gone. They got verdict watch for the Karen Reed murder. Yeah, the judge went in on the prosecution and the defense, but he said if anything happens one more time, then he's going to confiscate everybody's devices. Tina Garrigo's estimated she has less than an hour in the cross with the special agent, so we'll see where that takes us to. It would traumatize me to have to be a juror watching all this weird deviant Diddy stuff. Now, I think the freak offs, yeah, I mean, there was some demanding shit, which is wrong. But I think the freak offs are just like, I don't know, because they might have some freak off tapes of Diddy doing some wild. Yeah, it's been pretty slow with the defense, man. I want to see the defense rip these witnesses apart, but it's kind of hard to rip a witness apart that's giving you all the actual evidence that you went over. So here we go. We got Law and Crime up. Their little lunch. I'm gonna go grab me some water. You know, they in California? 9:43. Yeah. So I'll let this run and I'll be right back.
Okay, first of all, the federal government does not bring charges until they really work up a case. So usually if you're charged with a federal crime, there is a high percentage that you're going to be convicted right there. So I think that the defense, they need to focus on that domestic, which they seem to, that this was just relationship, it was consenting, and although you might not agree with the lifestyle, these were consenting adults and there was no coercion. And I think that they are hammering in on that, and they need to make the jury believe that this is just a toxic relationship that went domestic, meaning domestic violence was involved, but it wasn't some organized crime, mob type scenario that this was occurring under, because the other charges are lesser. He won't necessarily get as much, and it's going to be difficult to really fight against the drug trafficking as well as the prostitution.
Well, let me jump on that for a second. So yeah, the transportation to engage in prostitution. Even if you take the evidence from the past few days from the summary of witnesses, when you're talking about the travel receipts and the communications regarding how sex workers would be transported and how the alleged victims would be transported and the hotels and the cash, that to me feels like such a straightforward way to convict him. When you deal with racketeering, I feel there's a lot of room for the defense to go there. I mean, I think that closing argument time, they should take a list of the elements and say why the prosecution hasn't met it. And whether it's saying, show me this criminal agreement, show me this conspiracy. Where are the other co-conspirators? What did they all know? What was the common purpose here? And, the idea of the underlying crimes. Yes, Kid Cudi, arson, right? You go Capricorn Clark, kidnapping, Eddie Garcia, bribery, sex trafficking, Cassie, Jane, drug offenses. They check the boxes for sure, but have they proven it? Have they definitively proven that? And it does become a question, is there more of an uphill battle to really sell the idea of Sean Combs as this mafia boss, this crime leader, engaging in a pattern of repeated criminal activity using his businesses and his resources and his staff? Or was he just a celebrity who was engaged in, yeah, some illegal stuff, but he's not a racketeer. In terms of sex trafficking, I think there's a more clear-cut case with Cassie than there is with Jane. And if you look at the last week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, the defense has done an exceptional job at cross-examining everybody from Mia to Brianna Bongolan to, even Cassie at the beginning to Jane. This is a gray case. It doesn't fit into a clean narrative of sex trafficker and victim. There are romantic aspects. There are aspects where these people stayed in touch with him, wrote glowing messages. Does that sell for the prosecution? Does it confuse the jury? And that's something that I think the defense is really going to work on. Okay, got a question here. This is interesting. This is from N. Actually, first, before we do that, we always get polls up. I love the polls that we put up here. So the prosecution has called over 30 witnesses, which has presented the most compelling testimony. Ex-girlfriends, Mina. Ex-girlfriends, Mina, we got 51%. Former employees, 36%. Hotel security staff, 11%. So that's interesting when you think about those numbers, right, Mina?
Well, for me, Cassie was the most compelling piece of evidence that you have. And that video says a lot. And I think for me, they've presented a lot of information to try to round out this case. But I think for me, from Cassie's testimony, I immediately saw the sex trafficking, the first charge, right? It's very clear to me that she was forced into sex with coercion, with bribery and things like that. But even just the transportation of prostitutes, that was very clear, in my opinion, from Cassie's testimony as well, because they laid out those 12 escorts. I'll never forget that. And they asked her about each one and where did you have intercourse with them? Ibiza, Miami, LA. That for me was like, oh, wow, they were traveling and coordinating this and having sex. So I agree. The ex-girlfriends, particularly Cassie, for me, have been the strongest pieces of evidence when it comes to this case.
Erica Charlotte says, Jesse, you are our Superman with Superman hair. Elizabeth Milner is Wonder Woman, and the panels are our Justice League of America. I don't think I can get a better compliment. I should just sign off right now. But what I will do is throw another question to Alexis. Erica, that's very sweet. Thank you so much. This is a question from Karen Leday Smith. Not sure how to ask this, but during deliberations, can the jury ask questions about Christina Courtroom if she doesn't testify?
Well, the jury can submit during deliberations, they can submit questions to the court that they want to ask. They can't necessarily submit questions directly to Christina, but they can submit questions about how they're supposed to handle things or apply, different things and ask that to the court.
Got a follow-up question here, Mina. This is from Skitlanta Commentary. Do you guys think that the government's witnesses that read the text yesterday have sealed his fate? So talking about the summary witnesses reading these messages. What do you think?
What do you mean by sealed his fate? Diddy's fate?
Sealed Diddy's fate. The idea, I guess, maybe if they're talking about the prostitution charge or sex trafficking, maybe even racketeering, because you see all these communications. I guess the text messages of the last 2 days, how impactful is it going to be?
I mean, I think it's just the prosecution really trying to hit home any questions that the jury might have. It's kind of putting it all together. Like I said before, I think Cassie's testimony was so strong that we saw a lot of the things that they're trying to now clean up, right?
Wix, one platform, any website.
I still can't get over this advertisement that YouTube is doing. That's kind of smooth right there. Like I said, I never watch it like this, but you get to see what the hell's still going on. I like that.
Unlimited.
Definitely not getting premium.
They're really trying to nail that nail into that coffin at whatever it takes. But to be
again, we don't do nail in the coffin on my channel no more. That's primitive work there. We do dirt on the coffin. We don't need the nail on it. You can be buried with no nails in the coffin. We throwing dirt on the coffin. But yeah, man, they just trying to prove it right now. Again, I'm not here to say if Diddy's innocent or guilty. That's what the jury is getting paid the big bucks for. I'm just here to give my opinion and tell it like it is.
Be honest. I think in order to put that nail in the coffin, you need the co-conspirator in order to get that RICO charge. Otherwise, in my opinion, you're just reiterating everything that we already saw with some of the other witnesses.
Well, a lot of people have questions about Christina Courtroom, KK. This is one from Joshua Furlong. So as we talk about alleged co-conspirators, Alexis, do you think KK will be called as a rebuttal witness as for the prosecution, and they chose to hold her as an ace card to counter the defense's witnesses?
It's possible. I think she needs to take the stand. I agree. I think that she's very important to the RICO charge because it does show that hierarchy. She would be allegedly part of that enterprise and a very important part of it. I do agree that the jury does want to hear from her. I mean, she's kind of like Epstein's Maxwell. So I think that, that we want to hear her. And that is an option. That might be what ultimately happens.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break real quick. We're going to get Elizabeth Milner up, our in-court reporter. Let us know what the jury has been seeing and maybe take a guess about what they've been seeing on those videos. Before we do that, just want to let you know the second season of Long Crimes Hit Podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy. I host it. It is back June 17th. It is exclusively on Wondery Plus. And by the way, you guys are in luck because we actually have a little preview of our first episode. Check it out.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over.
I'm Jesse Weber, host of Long Crimes, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial. A front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week, we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
All right. He's the freakiest boss of all, nigga. Diddy Combs. Diddy Combs, the freakiest nigga of all. He's the final boss, is what they would call him. Your Honor, can we take a break? They didn't give us an update on how long the break would be. But I'm going to drop the link if y'all want to come up here till we get back. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and hit that link. Come on up here. Come right on down. Come right on down. I don't know what's wrong with my damn chat on. Doing wrong. Something is wrong and it's written all over your face. What is this? Give me a second. I might bring this. Oh, no, that ain't that. Diddy trial. This is day 25. Yeah, we can. Oh, day 26 tomorrow. That should be a good day. That should be a good day.
text messages, and on cross-examination, the defense made Jane read some of them.
Nah, we don't need Jane though. We don't need to go back that far. We need something current. We need something up to date, something more today-ish. Yeah, there's no court. It's a holiday.
To give you guys a breakdown of the jury because I wrote it down. Okay, so remember, this is just my observation.
Where is it at? That dude. So if you wanted to know about the jurors can reveal themselves after the case is over with. So if they want to, if they want to do interviews, they definitely can. That's their right, unless there is a gag on it. But more than likely, after the case is over with, they'll be able to talk about what they were thinking, what was going through their minds, their thought process. This is definitely an opportunity to tell your story. But again, if a juror writes a story about their life experience of being on the Diddy case, are people going to say this is a money grab, or is this just them telling their story? You see what I'm saying? When people say stuff is a money grab, where do we draw the line? Where do we draw the line between getting paid and a money grab? You know what I mean? If something personally happens to me, it's not a money grab if I tell my story. It's me telling my story. You know what I mean? How is it a money grab for me to tell my story? I don't get that. That's what I don't get. When you get up and take your funky ass to work every day, is that a money grab? You only going there for the money. You ain't going to work because you enjoy it. You going to work because you want money. Is that a money grab? Because all you doing is going for the money. You ain't going for the environment. You ain't going for the workload. You going there to get money. So is that a money grab? See, I don't be understanding certain terminology, just like hating. If you disagree with somebody, it's hating. But doesn't that mean if you don't agree with me, you're hating on my opinion? So that's why I'm gonna be like, when I say I'm a hater, we all haters. We all disagree with somebody on something. That don't make you a hater. You just disagree. But what is a money grab? Is this a money grab that I'm covering the trial? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, this is a money grab. And if I got to kick a nigga when he's down to make y'all laugh, then hell, then so be it. At the end of the day, they say only the God can judge me. But anyway, that dude you're talking about, the jurors, she's about to go over them. There is a list of the jurors, not their names, but a description of them. And I actually got the screen. Let me try to find the screenshot, but it does go over all 18 of them, the 12 with the alternate 6.
Jury. I'll give you guys a breakdown of the jury because I wrote it down. Okay, so remember, this is just my observation. I may call someone white who is not white, but this is how people appear from right to left. So on the first row, there's a black man. Then next to him, a black woman. Then a Latina woman, I think. Then a guy who I put down as ambiguous because he has olive skin. So he could be Greek for all I know. A white man, then the next row. A black woman, a white man, black woman, white man, and a South Asian looking man who may be Indian. He could be Guyanese though. ABC News also did a breakdown of the 12 jurors, and this is what they put. Male, 69, massage therapist. Male, 31, investment analyst. Male, 51, scientist. Female, 30, deli clerk. Female, 42, nursing home aide. Male, 41, clerk at correctional facility. Male, 68, retired. Male, 68, retired. So I guess I estimated right because I've been saying that everyone looks to be over 30. As for juror number 6, the New York Post put, juror number 6 is a man of color, 41, from the Bronx, who works in communications at the city residential treatment facility. He reads the New York Times and listens to 90s hip hop. Now, I am not sure who juror number 6 is, but I feel like he may be a black man who is on the second row. Now, I say that because the age description matched, and also he's the one who sits next to the woman that makes all those facial expressions, and I've seen them talk, but I could entirely be speculating.
Oh boy. Let me see. Oh shit, I didn't put y'all on my DMs, motherfucker. God dog it. Let me see. All right, ain't nothing on there. Okay, yeah, ain't nothing crazy in my Twitter DMs. I don't really be on Twitter for real, but let me see whose page this is. Mokaba? I can't pronounce the name. TV host and extra. All right, she be covering the trial, all right? Whenever I talk about the trial, fucking TikTok be kicking me off this mother effer. Oh, she verified. And she's a co-host of AWF, the record podcast.
A big blow to Diddy's defense team today. Juror number 6, a 41-year-old Black Hispanic man from the Bronx, is out, replaced by a 57-year-old white man from Westchester County in a trial that Diddy's defense team told the court is an attempt to take down a successful Black man. And Diddy's defense team fought hard to keep him, filing a 14.
Wait, so it's not just me that y'all. So it's not just me that they are saying trying to bring down a Black man?
And Diddy's defense team fought hard to keep him, filing a 14-page letter calling the move discriminatory. In it, writing that during the jury selection process, the prosecution used 7 out of their 9 strikes on Black jurors. But now we've learned that another juror is facing questions about conversations he may have had with a colleague about the trial. Now, that juror was questioned on Friday, and he turned his cell phone over to the judge. This, as the government called their first witness of the week, a special agent who testified about texts, hotel records, and flights booked by Diddy's team for hotel nights, freak-offs, or Wild King nights, further establishing how this alleged criminal enterprise operated. In one example, records showed an escort, Jules Theodore, flying out for a freak-off with Cassie, and another text from Diddy asking for 15 pills of Molly. The text also showed that Diddy staff used to set up hotels with soup, Gatorade, baby oil, extra towels, and they would also text each other to give each other the heads up that he was having a Wild King night. One name that came up a lot was Christina Courtroom, Diddy's chief of staff, who the prosecution is saying was his right-hand man and an unindicted co-conspirator. Last week, the prosecution says that they're expected to wrap up their case by Wednesday at the latest Friday, so it looks like Christina will not be testifying. A big blow to Diddy's defense team today.
All right, a big blow. See, I need to start. Y'all need to show me how to do y'all need to show me how to do clickbait. Y'all need to teach me how to title my shit for clickbait. Devastating blow to Diddy's defense. Insane outcome. Like, y'all need to teach me how to do that. I think I'm too honest, and that's why you two don't fuck with me. I think I got to start lying in my titles a little bit. Insane story. Diddy flips out in courtroom. And then it's not even Diddy flipping out in the courtroom. That's what I need to do. I need to start doing some clickbait. That's what I need. I need to start going by. I need to break the algorithm somehow. You wouldn't believe what happened in court today. Yeah, that's what I need to start making my titles. Instead, I'd be like, Sean Diddy Combs, day 25 trial. Brendan Paul, drug mule. I need to put insane outburst. Drug mule exposes all. That's what I need to start putting in my titles. Matter of fact, I'm about to go change my title right now. Drug mule, Brandon Paul exposes all. Diddy day 25. Let me go change that real quick. Yeah, because mine is Sean Diddy Combs day 25 trial. Live update drug mule. Fuck that. We about to change the title to Drug mule exposes Sean Diddy Combs. Drug mule exposes all. Exclamation point. Sean Diddy Combs trial live updates. Yeah, I'm gonna put. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put an explosion in the background with like Brendan Paul's picture with Diddy like shaking in the corner or something. You wouldn't believe what happened in trial today. Did the title? Hey, someone refresh. Did the title change? Did the title change for this live on Modi J's channel? Yeah, that's what I gotta do. I gotta start lying in my titles for this last week. I'm about to come up with the most outrageous and outlandish titles. Diddy tells the court to fuck off. Explosive freak-offs played in court. It got oily. It's over. Rico is proven. Diddy's going down 300 years. Yes, I got to start doing my title. Man, fuck that. All right. Fuck it. I'm about to, starting tomorrow. Well, maybe starting Friday, because I'm off Thursday and Friday. So starting Friday, all next week. Oh, it's about to, when the defense gets, it's about to be explosive titles. 14 straight hours of testimony from Diddy. You wouldn't believe how he threw all the major influential people under the bus. Day 26. Oh yeah, I'm about to fuck the game up with this shit. Diddy plans to fire star defense attorney. Diddy could walk with this evidence. After Diddy's lawyers, Diddy's dream team exposes the judge, mistrial imminent. You know, I got to start coming up with some titles like that. Love child to testify against Love child to testify against Jane Doe. 50 Cent is in the courtroom. Diddy's secret link to El Chapo. That's the kind of titles you got to put on here. You want that shit to go crazy? That'll just get us like 15, 20 extra people in here. You wouldn't believe it. A gun in the courtroom. Court shut down for the day. Well, actually, there was a stabbing yesterday. Let me not joke around about that, because there was actual stabbing in New York in the courthouse. I don't even know what happened with that. He stabbed a guy in the face and across the neck. Diddy's Astroglide proves that he can slide through anything. Nah, that's too iffy. That's too iffy. That right there is tiptoeing the grounds of, you know what I'm saying, YouTube shutting the channel down. Diddy can slide through anything. Nah, we don't need that. But yeah, I got to come up with some clickbait.
Good evening, and thank you for joining me. I'm Mona Kosar Abdi.
Shocking news. See, but I got too much integrity for that, man. I can't put that on. I can't do titles like that, because that's not how I am. I'll joke around about stuff, but you know, I just can't. I don't know, man. I ain't got that in me to be bullshitting. I mean, I'll bullshit on like the lives, but typically when you hear me do a video with like an independent video, I'm more serious. I'm just trying to get to the points. I do want to joke more, but I don't know how to joke when I record. If that you know what I mean? I don't know how to, when I'm recording the videos by myself, I don't know how to joke in those type of videos, because I want to get the information across. But like on the live, it's just, that's just quick. I can improvise and I can joke all day when I'm doing a live. So it's hard for me to make like a bullshit title. You know what I mean? Like, if I know that's nothing, if that's not what I'm gonna be talking about, I can't bullshit. Cassie water break. Baby could be Diddy's. Day 17 of the trial. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do that because I know that's not what happened. And I don't want to be, I don't want my page to be like, man, that nigga be lying in his guy. All he do is clickbait. That I just can't do that. But when I get on here, I can tell you stories and make shit up all day. I don't know, man. I know y'all think I'll be bullshitting all the time. I do, but I got a little bit of integrity, man. You know what I mean? That ain't who I am, man. I can't just get on here and make a clickbait title. Although I should, though. But is the money really that important? Is the money really losing the support of the people that actually been there? It ain't. Don't get me wrong, the money is nice. Hit the cash app in the chain, MOEDOTJ, just send $100. But nah, man, I can't do that, man. Explosive. My channel has been taken down. The feds are questioning me in the Diddy trial. Oh, real quick, while we waiting to return from lunch, because we don't even know what time it is. So, like I said, this weekend I'll be in Frankfurt. Next weekend I'll be in Frankfurt. The following week we got the Kendrick Lamar concert on Wednesday, July 2nd. Thursday I'll be going to Zurich, Switzerland. The 4th of July I'll be there. I'll do like some sightseeing, and then I'm gonna go to a festival. But then I think it's July 17th, I'm gonna be going to Berlin. I just seen a little event. So I'm gonna go to Berlin July 17th. Remember, this week we do have Squid Game season 3, but all of those videos are gonna drop next week. I don't know. What do you guys want? Do you want me to go ahead and drop them at noon, or do you want me to release all of the videos after the Diddy trial? Because if we're getting off at 3, I can release the videos of the recaps at 9 p.m., which is 3 p.m. every single day. Like, how do y'all want me to do the Squid Game videos? I might put up a poll or ask in the Discord, because the video, it drops on the 27th. Hopefully trial is done and we're waiting on the verdict. And then I'll do 8 episodes for 8 days, starting on Saturday to that next Sunday. But I don't know if I'm gonna drop them. Well, if we're done with court, then I'll just drop them at the normal time, at noon. So Squid Games, we'll get back into it, and then we'll figure out what's going on. Breaking news, juror number 10 yells out, "Guilty, that nigga guilty." I can't put nigga in the title, but that would be dope. Guilty, that nigga's guilty. Oh, exclusive, juror number 6 calls into the courthouse and tells the judge he's coming after him. Shocking new details in Diddy court case. Modi J was present at Freakoff. Who wrote that title? Who wrote that title? Now, I did not authorize that title. Who wrote that title? Who wrote that I was at the Freakoff? I was not at no Freakoff.
I'll give you guys a breakdown of the jury.
Let me see what you got to say about Yeezy.
Did Kanye West show up to the Diddy trial? Yes. And here's video of him arriving at the Lower Manhattan courthouse. Now, I was already inside the courthouse when this was happening, but another reporter who was outside told me that it was around 10 a.m. when he pulled up in a Maybach with 3 security guards and went inside. I'm told he went through the normal entrance and had to go through security like everybody else. There were rumors that he showed up yesterday and was denied entry, but there is no evidence of that. But I will say that it was tipped off last week that he was coming, so he didn't catch the court officers off guard. Now, the timing of this is interesting because a lot of you guys have been speculating that he's the rapper that Jane mentioned in her story. Jane testified that in January of 2024, she went to Vegas with a very successful rapper, an iconic rapper, and his wife and girlfriend for her birthday on a private plane. And it was during that trip that she ran into one of the escorts that she and Diddy used to use because he knew this couple. And then the couple approached her and asked her if she could recommend an escort who was part of this lifestyle. Now, I can't confirm if it's Kanye and Bianca, but I will say that I found out through my research that in his song that sounds like Bail Bittler, that you probably haven't listened to because it's titled Bail Bittler, he calls himself a cuck and says that he likes to watch his woman have sex with other men. I pronounced it right this time. And Bianca's birthday is in January. And in January of 2024, she and Kanye celebrated her birthday in Vegas. There are pictures of them at dinner and then the strip club. And then something I'm surprised didn't get more attention than it did was a lawsuit filed by a woman claiming to be Kanye's former personal assistant. And in her lawsuit, Lauren Pisciotta, who I hope I'm saying her last name right, alleges some pretty disturbing things, including that she claims that he masturbated while talking to her on the phone, and that on one occasion he was pleasuring himself in front of her after trapping her in a room on his plane. According to this article, among the disturbing accusations, the lawsuit claims that Wes's office was transformed into a sexual playground, while Sensori acted as his sex party coordinator and willing participant in the rapper's twisted sexual fantasies. And there's more. The suit also states that Wes frequently hosted sex parties at luxury hotels and tried to expose Lauren Pisciotta, that's the former assistant, to them. Further claims that Sensori was his former sex party participant and coordinator. And then there's this incident on August 2022, after Pisciotta had arranged an Uber ride. Kanye West and Bianca called her wanting to discuss the orgy fivesome that they had participated in the day before. In her lawsuit, the former assistant says on August 7, 2022, when she was asked to organize an Uber ride for a female Yeezy employee to one of the rapper's sex parties, Ye and Bianca contacted her separately the following day to interrogate her about the requested Uber ride and discuss the party. I also came across this blog post from January of 2024, just a few days after Bianca's birthday, and it reads, "We're told his latest idea for attention, turning up with Bianca at some very exclusive sex parties." It then goes on to say he's very into X-rated stuff and is interested in the idea of people watching him and Bianca doing the deed. Those kind of events are more common in Hollywood than people realize, so he won't have any problem finding one. Did Kanye West show up to the Diddy trial? Yes.
All right, come on, give me some updates. They be having too much energy when they talk about, did Kanye show up? Shit, when I'm talking about, man, Kanye showed up to the trial, man, I was confused. I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Some of them going to sleep for God.
Coaba, Mona Cole. So her name is Mona. I like, okay, she enunciates. I like that. Let me see. No, man, y'all, I told y'all on my channel, I don't care what you guys say about me. I don't care what you guys say about Diddy. But on my channel, what we not going to do is disrespect a goat, okay? That's what we not going to do. Y'all can disrespect me, Kendrick Lamar, Drake, not Dr. Dre, Snoop, but we not gonna disrespect Kanye over here, right? Kanye got me through some hard times. In the night, yeah. We're not gonna disrespect. Yeah, Ye got me through some hard times, man. Ye got me through some hard times, man. So y'all can say whatever y'all want about anyone else on this channel, but let's have some respect for Kanye, all We don't have no time for them to come back. I'm assuming it's gonna be 1:30, but we haven't got anything. Just a little. Y'all ain't gotta respect too much, but respect something. Before I put these 27-inch pythons around you. Never mind. Let me not say that, because that's how they said Diddy got somebody. I'm about to add her on my damn
give you guys a breakdown of the jury.
Dress that had classics. Well, it can only be a classic as if you had it. You can't. A classic can't be current. A classic got to be something that you had in the past. So day 19. We ain't got no day 20. Day 25. Ain't nobody on TikTok for day 25. Ain't no one gave us an update so we can get a different perspective. Let me see what Cheryl's World talking about.
To take on the worst of Washington, we need the best of the boroughs. That's Adrienne Adams.
Get it heard. I mean, the jury's going to be submitted the case, but
she's live. My bad, Perry Sanders. I thought you was giving us an update. Day 25, prosecution wraps up case with key witness Brendan Paul. All right, see, that's a good time right there. So she been streaming for 4 hours. I thought, man, let me see something. Week 6, jury some freak off videos 18 hours ago.
Today, the jury in New York City's most famous trial of the moment, Sean Diddy Combs, viewing real-life footage of the infamous sex parties known as freak-offs, described by the defense as consensual encounters, but by the prosecution as something far more sinister. Combs denies all charges. And just a warning, this story contains accounts, descriptions, and visual content of actual or alleged events that some may find disturbing. Here's Nightline co-anchor Byron Pitts.
Behind these doors, a jury seeing for the first time the world's been talking about for months. Videos of those notorious so-called freak-offs involving Sean Diddy Combs.
These are the videos that depicted Cassie Ventura with male escorts. And these videos, explicit though they are at the heart of the prosecutor's case to help convince the jury that Cassie Ventura was trafficked for sex.
In a key moment of this trial, wearing headphones, jurors were shown excerpt videos of freak-offs played in the courtroom for the first time today. The videos coming from a laptop belonging to Cassie Ventura.
When it came time to play these video excerpts of freak-offs, jurors put on headphones, so did the lawyers and Sean Combs. The public screens were shut off because the gallery was not allowed to see or hear these explicit videos. But as the excerpts played, we could faintly hear the sound of music and moaning noises.
The jury also shown text messages between Combs and Ventura, in which prosecutors say he texted her, "Want to celebrate Christmas and have a freak-off tonight or Friday?" Further text messages, they said, were summoning escorts to a hotel. Also at the center of today's court proceedings, text messages, emails, and documents shown in court.
The videos came with hotel receipts, credit card statements, travel records that helped give the jury a full picture of how Sean Combs allegedly got her and male escorts to different hotel rooms for the purposes of these sexual encounters.
Sean Combs stands accused of sex trafficking, racketeering, and prostitution, all charges he denies. But as the government wraps up his case over the next couple of days, a major moment in court this morning, Judge Aaron Sabramian dismissing a juror number 6, for lack of candor. The juror originally saying he lived in the Bronx with his fiancée, but he apparently told a court staff member that he had recently moved in with his girlfriend in New Jersey.
The worry about a juror who gives incomplete or not really forthright answers is that they could be what's called a stealth juror, someone who is answering questions in a way that is untruthful, but to get onto a jury, to be able to give a verdict that they want.
That was me, guys. That was me. I was young, man. I was young. I was like 19, 20 years old, man. I was trying to get on there, man. I told y'all, like I said, man, I was just a little nigga just trying to figure things out. But I was trying to get on there. They were talking about malpractice. Has anyone in your family ever experienced malpractice? And like I said, I was like 19 years old. This is what, 2004, 2003, 2004, some shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck is malpractice? So I told them niggas, hell no. I was trying to get on there, man. They didn't pick me though. But I made it to day 2 in jury selection. I made it to day 2. They didn't pick me. And back then, you was only getting $13 a day, plus whatever your travel was. So I was getting maybe like $35 a day, man. I went up there for 2 days. But yeah, man. So old boy got kicked off because he moved to Jersey and didn't tell nobody. But then he was running his damn mouth. So one of the staff that work at the courthouse heard him like, nigga, you live where in Jersey? So they went and told on him. No, that's what they're talking about, Eric. He moved in the middle of trial, but he never told anybody that he moved. And then he was having conversations with another juror, and a staff member heard him say that he moved with his baby mama to Jersey, but he never brought that forward. So he tried to stay there. So then they were like, wait a minute. Hey, wait, you supposed to be in New York. You supposed to be in this county over here to be able to be on jury duty. So then they found out about that and they got his ass up out of here. Nigga tried to say, I stayed at my auntie's house for 4 or 5 days out the week. They're like, nigga, we don't give a fuck, nigga. You and your baby mama moved. Get your ass out of here.
Either guilty or not guilty. And that's something that no one wants in the jury.
The judge saying the record raised serious concerns as to the juror's candor and whether he shaded answers to get on and stay on the jury. Going on to say, there's nothing the juror could say at this point that would put the genie back in the bottle.
It is far better to remove a juror that has issues as to candor or jurisdictional defects now than if a verdict was rendered. Because if a verdict was rendered, that could be a bigger issue of appeal, that a person gave an incomplete or wrong answer to get on the jury and then rendered either a guilty or not guilty verdict.
The defense raising concerns about the dismissal, noting that he was one of 2 black men on the jury.
The defense lamented that removing juror number 6, a 41-year-old black man, would make the jury less diverse. The judge said that was not a concern with this particular juror. He said he was sympathetic to the defense concerns generally, but he noted the makeup of this jury already includes a number of people of color.
This week marks what's expected to be the final week of testimony in the government's case before Combs' attorneys take over to present his defense. The prosecution making their final push with exhibits they hope will help prove the charges of transportation to engage in prostitution. Federal prosecutors are alleging that Combs orchestrated a criminal enterprise with the assistance of his bodyguards to pressure witnesses like Combs' former assistant testifying as Mia to, quote, stay silent and not report what they experienced or knew.
The jury saw some additional messages from one of Sean Combs' longtime bodyguards. He goes by D-Rock. She said the outreach from D-Rock and from Combs himself made her terrified. Federal prosecutors no doubt want to leave the jury with the impression that Combs was behind the scenes pulling the strings as part of his alleged orchestration of a criminal enterprise.
The jury was also presented with text and audio messages meant to reinforce testimony from other witnesses about hotel rooms, drugs, and travel. One group of messages between Combs' chief of staff, Christina Courtroom, and Combs' travel arranger discussing a flight for Jane and an escort named Paul. In one 2018 exchange, Ventura allegedly told Courtroom, quote, I can't do that violent, scary, kick me out of my own house stuff anymore. To which Courtroom responded, I'm sure. Stay focused, though. It's not worth derailing.
Told her to stay focused. She said, I can't do that shit no more. Motherfucker Christina Courtroom said, stay focused. I'm telling you, Christina Courtroom has been working with the feds for at least 10 years. There's no way Christina Courtroom is doing all of this and she ain't being brought in. She's got to be an informant. She has to be. We can't let this slide any further. She has to be an informant, man.
That much I know.
The government will present this as we are getting information that Christina Courtroom knows about the violence towards Cassie from Sean Combs, and that she is saying, stay focused, don't get derailed. That could be a part of the coercion or the force in that RICO or sex trafficking charge. But the defense will make their own arguments and say that Christina Courtroom is not part of a criminal enterprise, but merely a confidant and friend of Cassie Ventura.
Prosecutors say the messages were pulled from electronic devices owned by Courtroom, who is not testifying at trial. Courtroom's attorney did not respond to requests for comment from ABC News. In a previous statement, regarding 3 other civil lawsuits she had been named in surrounding Combs, Courtroom said in part, "For months, horrific accusations have been made about me in various lawsuits regarding my former boss. The idea that I could be accused of playing a role in or even be a bystander to the rape of anyone is beyond upsetting, disturbing, and unthinkable. That is not who I am, and my heart goes out to all victims of sexual assault. I am confident that the allegations against me will be proven to be untrue." The prosecution is expected to rest his case as early as Wednesday, with the defense taking over by Friday, when they will make their case for what they say Sean Combs is innocent of all the accusations levied against him these past 5 weeks.
The prosecution has signaled that they have just a few more witnesses that will testify, including Brendan Paul, a former assistant to Sean Combs. We expect him to testify about providing drugs to Sean Combs.
If convicted on all charges, Sean Combs faces a maximum sentence of life in prison.
All right, let's see what we got here.
The Inner City Press here, midday. It's Tuesday, June 17th, day 25 of Sean Combs. And things have kind of bogged down here. Mostly, in fact, all this morning, the special agent, first on direct and now on cross, although most of the cross seems to be showing freak-off videos with headphones on for the jury and the screens all turned off for the public. Not that we want to see it, of course. Maybe the problem.
What do you mean, not that we want to see it? We want to see it for research purposes and for court purposes. We would like to analyze these tapes. As long as it ain't Diddy in them tapes, we would like to analyze these tapes. Just for professional reasons, just to analyze so we can see if there's coercion or it's consensual, if there wasn't any money exchange. Yeah, we do need to review these tapes just to make sure. And I'll let you guys know what goes on in the tape. So if anyone can get in touch with the judge, tell them to send them on over. I'll let you guys know.
Prosecutors opened the door to this by having the case turn on it. I'm not sure how much of it turns on it, but the defense has every right to cross-examine, and so that's what they're doing. They say they have another hour to go, so it appears that we might not actually, this long-promised Brendan Paul witness, if anything, will start just very briefly today. And does this mean the government can rest on Wednesday? Unclear. But what we can say is as follows, that before court this morning, Judge Subramanian out some reporting about another juror issue. And again, here's what I can say. We've gone out of our way ever since various threats made about an exhibit they showed about Mia, other issues around the gender of Jane's child. Now, so we're not getting into this whole juror, other than juror 6, of course, on which we'll have more. Of course, we did report. He was a Department of Corrections employee. This is all public. It's a public trial. So, again, I don't know. I'm not sure what's accomplished by not being at least transparent on what the issues are. If not, obviously, we don't have the names of the jurors. We don't want the names of the jurors. I don't know. It seems to breed more kind of conspiracy theories than it just being transparent with. But that's how it goes. Look, we have the walk. This is gonna be an extended vlog because we have an extended lunchtime in the middle of an extended video session there in the Southern District of New York. Brendan Paul should go. Then they have yet another summary witness, which I'm sure is going to be cross-examined in excruciating detail by the defense. As well they should. Now, supposedly the defense case is going to be much shorter than they'd said, or than some had surmised. Definitely doesn't seem that the defendant himself will take the stand, although he retains that right to the very last minute. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Chinatown. Very glad to be out of the court after kind of a thing. There are other things going on. At 10:30, we had said that Judge Hellerstein was going to be presiding over the Tren de Aragua Alien Enemies Act case. But when we went up there on the break, the door was locked. And it turns out that 8 minutes before it was supposed to begin, docketed was a change, pushing it back for about a week. So we'll be covering that. Hope to be covering the Ninth Circuit at 3 o'clock. If they're still doing, maybe he'll go past 3 o'clock today. Anyway, I don't mean to be scatterbrained. All I can say is the case is on. We're covering it. You can find the week 5 book is the most recent one. And this is week 6. I'm hoping things pick up a little bit because covering jurors you can't write about, watching freak-off videos with headphones on is a new form of court reporting. In any event, Inner City Press. We'll also cover the United Nations, and we may do some of that over the break.
All right, Inner City Press. Thank you for that. Get back in the courthouse and let us know what the hell's going on. Yeah, like I said, so he said it's an extended lunch break, so they might be going till 2 o'clock, or at least 1:45, and then from there we'll pick it on up. Oh, okay, no, they're back. My bad. I apologize. I'm talking big cash money shit, as Dr. Umar would say.
Some of them going to sleep. Fuck that!
What we need to hear today is the defense actually defending Diddy. We do have our defense hat on. We are just listening to the trial. I'm not here to tell you if Diddy is innocent or guilty. All I'm doing is aligning things with the charges at hand. But again, that is on the jurors to decide if he's innocent or guilty. All the defense wants to know is,
answer me, motherfucker!
Will you tell us exactly what's going on?
Answer me, motherfucker!
Did Diddy pay for anything?
Answer me, motherfucker!
Did Cassie want to have continuous and consensual sex with Diddy and 3 or 4 of the freak-off gentlemen?
Answer me, motherfucker!
So we're just trying to figure it out. They are back. Miss Garrett goes, are you ready to proceed? As soon as Diddy comes out, Diddy's brought from his holding cell. So they lock Diddy up. Whenever they go to lunch, they put them cuffs on that nigga and put him back in that damn room in the back. Diddy's back there eating. They said that his partner, R. Kelly, OD'd in jail today. But I don't know too much about that. Let me see. Oh, this ain't what we want.
His attorney Monday claims R. Kelly was left bedridden in a hospital after a solitary confinement staff member instructed him to take additional medication the night of June 12th. The next morning, R. Kelly allegedly awakened feeling faint and dizzy, and when he attempted to get up, he fell on the floor, crawled to the door of the cell, and lost consciousness. He was subsequently taken to Duke University Hospital, and during the ride there, he claims he heard a prison officer begrudge, quote, "This is going to open a whole new can of worms." During his 2-day stay at the hospital, Kelly says he learned he was given an amount of his prescribed medication that could have ended his life. Furthermore, Kelly claims in his Monday filing that prison staff took him off necessary blood thinner medication and is now refusing to allow him a doctor-recommended surgery to clear blood clots in his legs and lungs that are putting his life in danger. Instead, they have him locked up in solitary confinement.
Hey, he trying to get up out that motherfucker, ain't he? He's like, look, y'all about to bring Diddy down. Let me the hell up out of here. Kelly's trying to get up out of there, man. He said that the Aryan Nation was trying to kill him, man. He said Kells is trying to get the fuck up out of there. We're going to see if they get him up out of there or not. But we about to get back on the stand, guys. We got about an hour. What are we at? 7:40. So 1:40. We're going to 3. About an hour and a half. Brendan Paul probably get on there for like 15, 20 minutes. We're waiting on Diddy to get back from the holding cell. You had conferred about the other matter. The court can question the juror. We defer. So I guess they're going to question the jury or that juror before they get started. So they got some free time waiting on Diddy. Let me just make sure. We prefer in the courtroom to the roving room so Mr. Combs can observe. Let's get the agent Penland back. Witness retake the stand. Jurors enter. All rise. All right. So it looks like they're going to just address this at the end of the day. But they saying we want to do this in the courtroom so Diddy can hear because they're not taking Diddy back in the chambers. We're not taking Diddy. Hell no. The judge is not trying to have Mr. Astroglide himself in the robing room. Diddy here robe, Diddy go crazy. You remember Diddy said he horny, he can't concentrate. That rubbed off on Cassie. Remember, Diddy was the first person we ever heard was so horny they can't concentrate. And then we seen text message from Cassie saying the same thing. So the judge is like, nigga, I don't care if we got hand. Y'all gonna have to put shackles on this nigga. If he's coming into the robing room, y'all need to put shackles on Diddy, put handcuffs on Diddy behind his back, not in front of him, and shackle him to the door. The judge does not want Diddy on the loose in that damn robing room, and rightfully so. Everything we heard. The court is back. The judge on the bench. The Alicia's getting up here. All right, jury's entering. All right, so the court is back from lunch. They were going to talk about the other jurors, but they said, nah, we good. But they want to question the juror, but they defer, so I guess we're going to wait till the end of the day. We prefer the courtroom instead of the robing room so Diddy can observe. Let's get Agent Penland back. Retake the witness stand. Jury's enter. All rise. All rise. Ms. Garrett goes, we watch video. Now exhibit 1307. Exhibit 1307. What is 1307? Does NBC got anything? We got to speed it up today. I know they did give us 14 minutes of freak off tapes. What up, High Beaver? No, I don't think Diddy should testify. It ain't nothing Diddy's gonna be able to. I don't think there's anything Diddy's gonna be able to do to defend himself. Diddy, did you pay escorts? I mean, I did, Playboy. You know what I'm saying? Did you pay for hotels? Yeah, I did. You know what I'm saying? Did you pay for it with your Amex card? Yeah, I did. You know what I'm saying? Did you get reimbursed by the company? Yeah, I did. You know what I'm saying? Did you call up Cassie? What time do you mean did I call up Cassie? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't know. What would Diddy be able to get up there and actually defend on? Did you buy those drugs? We got the text message that said you authorized buying drugs. Yeah, I did. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't want the drugs. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to authorize the drugs. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, so I don't know. I don't think he should take the stand. I want him to, but if I'm being fair, he shouldn't. If he wants his best opportunity to walk, don't take the stand, man. But if you don't give a damn, this shit, get on up there, man. If you want to. Now I'm not gonna tell him not to, because you know that's his God-given right. But do I believe he should? Hell no. But getting up there would be entertaining. I mean, if you're facing life, you might as well get up there and tell them what you know. 1-800, tell them what you know. Shapiro before. Okay. This is a stipulation that the video was found under the Frank Black profile on the device provided by Cassie. Here, Mr. Combs wrote, coming to NYC this weekend. What does Cassie reply? It's really nice here. All right, so New York. Hey, if anyone lives in New York, is New York nice? Yeah, Nino Brown took the stand.
He's bigger than Nino Brown. This is big business.
But Nino Brown also got up there and told on the light-skinned brother from the bank. Who is Diddy gonna tell on? Who would be the light-skinned brother from the bank? She said NYC is really nice. I'm asking anyone from New York, is NYC nice? I've only been there once. So I don't know if it's nice or not. Oh man, trust me, the state does not. If they waste my tax dollars on following a Diddy lead to I'll be sure to sue Diddy myself. If Diddy got up there and told on I'll be sure, what are we getting? Who gives a fuck about I'll be sure? I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'll be sure had a couple of hits. Yeah, that's cool, but that ain't no one to tell on. That's like Diddy telling on me. You know, okay, we don't give a fuck about what Mo did. We don't give a fuck that Mo ran a stop sign 14 days ago. We don't give a damn that when Mo was 6 years old, he found out a way how to steal out of vending machines. We don't care about those kind of crimes, Diddy. We're here for the enterprise. Mo ain't never had an enterprise. I've been to Enterprise and I rented a car from Enterprise several times, but I never had an enterprise. Mr. Combs, right. I got us tickets to Book of Mormon. That was not in your exhibit, was it? It was not. He writes, you ready for tonight? That's the day before the videos we looked at, right? Correct. All right. But again, that's not their job to prove the defense's case. Why would we put in all of that? That ain't got nothing to do with our summer. The Book of Mormon. If we could pull up what's already in evidence, page 18, please. This is not included in your chart, right? Correct. Cassie writes, keep having sexy flashbacks of yesterday. You see that? Yes. Yeah, I mean, what's going on, man? All right, this is gonna be going slow, back and forth. The Book of Mormon. Let me see how much those tickets cost. What the hell is this? All right, let's just say we got the 28th at 2 p.m. But they would probably go at the 7 o'clock so they could do a freak off right after. So we're gonna see how much these cost. 7 p.m. starting at $84. Acknowledge and continue. So where's okay? The orchestra is here. The stage is here. Where's a good place to sit in the Book of Mormon? Oh, up in the box. Okay. Then we need these spots right here. That's what we need. Fuck it, we'll do this spot right here. $84. It's only $84 to sit in the box. Oh shit. 84. Let me see. What's the light blue seats cost? No, so man, I'm sitting in the box. Why would you want to sit down here for 200 when you can sit in the box for 80? Oh, these are 300. What these top spots going for up here? 166. Yeah, I'm sitting in the box. I'm balling out. I definitely ain't telling I'm not telling the old lady that yeah, we sitting in the box. She ain't even gonna know that sitting in the box is only $80. Yeah, I got 2 box seats for the Book of Mormon. Ah, okay. Not at Magnolia. That's the only thing I was thinking of, the Book of Mormon with South Park. Yeah, so if you go to this, go sit in the box, fellas. Take your lucky lady to the box. You know what I mean? We don't do all that sitting in front of the stage shit. Nah, we exquisite. We sit up top. Exclusive. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, you might as well sit up in the box for an 80 piece. Look at that. Instead of sitting down here with the peasants. You think a king would sit down here? Hell no, I'm sitting up here in the box for 80. Got to book early, try to get these 2 front seats right here. But yeah, and I'd be sitting there. She got to sit behind me because I got to be able to see what the hell going on. Oh yeah, I'm sitting in the box. All right, so we're gonna go see Book of Mormon. All right, keep having the sexy flashbacks. What does Cassie write? She writes, I bought the best sexy outfits for later and shoes. What does she write? She writes, I promise I will be a nastier freak bitch to make up for it. All right. And that's the kind of message I like to see from my old lady. But again, it's not illegal to be a freak. Okay, so Cassie knew what turned this nigga on. For sure, for sure. Cassie knew exactly the words to say. It's never the right time to say goodbye. Oh man, come on, man. So the defense, they're just trying to put in everything that hasn't been mentioned by the prosecution, but that's not what the summary witness job is to do, is to prove a case, summarizing everything for the prosecution, their outlook on the case. But they aren't defending anything. Yeah, Cassie's a freak, nastier bitch than the other freaks, but still ain't proving anything. Proving that he isn't paying for stuff with the company card. I'm about to check this Book of Mormon now. It looks kind of stupid, but no disrespect to the Mormons. What is this? Someone doing blackface? What is this?
Sharing my faith with you. The scriptures say that if you ask in faith, if you ask God himself, you'll know. But you must ask him without any doubt.
Wait a minute. This nigga's holding hands with a Negro? Oh, he must be teaching them Mormon. What the fuck is this?
And let your spirit rest. I believe.
There's no way I'm taking a woman to this. There's no way I'm taking myself to this. What is this? It's always the white man trying to save the black man. They are doing just fine. They got AKs. They got guns. They got, man, he got cowboy boots.
Jesus has his own planet as well. And I believe that.
That's the nigga from ATL. Not ATL. Fucking, what the fuck is that movie? Atlanta. Yeah, I'm not going to see this. I'd rather just watch the South Park version at the crib. Yeah, Paperboy. Y'all knew what I'm talking about. That nigga was in that shit. All right, so Cassie said she promised to be a nasty or freaky bitch to make up for it.
All right, all right. All right, what does she write? She writes, can't buy Astro. It's too expensive. When should I take it? Where is it? Diddy writes, it's in the bag. It's the orange peel. So Diddy knows. Why? So why would the defense have? Why would the defense? Why would they read this? Why would the defense read this? She's talking about she can't buy Astro. It's too expensive. When should she take it and where is it? And Diddy says it's in the bag. It's the orange peel. So why would the defense read a message where Diddy is telling her where the drugs are? Where the drugs are located. You know what I mean? Why would the defense have them read that Diddy knows where the drugs are and telling her where to go cop them at? Oh, no,
Maybe it's just something we don't. I don't know. Maybe it's just something we don't know. Maybe we ain't smart enough, man. I don't know. But I wouldn't have read this off if Diddy's talking about where the drugs are located. I'm trying to keep everything away from my client as much as possible. Come on, CNN, summarize this for us. Summarize this for us. Mm. All right, what is Cassie right here? She writes, I can't wait until we have a baby. Happy Father's Day. Diddy writes, what do you want to do, baby? She write, I wish we could freak off before you left. Okay, Cassie. Cassie getting freaky with you. The sun don't shine forever. But as long as it's here, then we might as well shine together. Good old Diddy. What did Cassie Ryan promised to make it up? So she wanted a kid with Diddy. She wanted to freak off before they left. How many freak offs do you think is really like? Come on, man. It's just too many, man. Too many freak offs, man. Oh man, come on, man. We need these updates to come in quicker and quicker and quicker. Oops, almost damn closed the damn app. I don't know what CNN got going on. They sleep over there, but this is a boring defense because I mean, for us, we here for pure entertainment. But after we done this for months, yeah, it's been 6 weeks, so it's a month and a half. We done this for a month and a half. We looking for like new information. All right, I mean, we get it. She wanted to be freaked off. There we go. CNN. Defense highlights text that showed Diddy and Cassie planning freak offs. Penland, the special agent with the Southern District of New York, is being crossed. Penland confirmed that all 5 of the explicit videos that the jury watched today were recorded from a Frank Black user profile on Cassie's device. The videos are sealed because they are actually explicit. Defense attorney Tina Garagos reviewed more texts between Diddy and Ventura planning the freak offs that are listed in the government summary chart. In some messages, Cassie talks about planning the logistics for a freak off with Diddy, sometimes saying she wants to have a freak off with Diddy and ask, and the other times they exchange actually explicit messages. In February 2013, Diddy wrote, "Maybe one of those nights." Cassie says, yes. Big yes. We're wait. Brandon Paul is going to testify after this. I don't know if there's going to be a redirect. But he was supposed to be on here earlier, but Tina Garagos said she took a little bit longer. All right, so we're just looking at the freak off tapes from back in the day. Cassie once dreamed of having a baby with Diddy. At a high point, June 16, 23, Cassie texted her then boyfriend calling him an extraordinary man, saying she couldn't wait to have a baby with him. So this is in June of 23. The lawsuit dropped in November 23. Come on, defense. You know we here for, man. Hurry this thing on up. We trying to get the drug mule up here and see what the hell going on. What did Cassie right here? She writes, I hate it. All right, she writes, I hate it that I don't use protection when I get high. I'm going to get tested. Diddy writes, freak off now. What does she write? Okay, what hotel? So we know about the STIs that have been transpiring, but she's talking about when they get high, which Diddy just told her to go get the pill. So when she gets high, she doesn't use protection. And Diddy sees this message and says she's going to get tested. He doesn't say, what was the outcome? Are you okay? Do you need some time off? That nigga said, let's freak off now. If a woman ever told me she was burnt up, first of all, don't tell me and don't ever call me again. Like if she said, hey, you know, I'm gonna go get tested. If it was just me and her, okay. But if I know that we're willingly participating in these free calls, she told me I'm gonna get tested. You know what? You go get tested and do what you need to do. Let me know what the outcome is, but I would no longer do anything else with her. And plus, we know that there's text messages where she said the antibiotics ain't even working. course, back from a break. Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, we just waiting, guys. I can't even give y'all no story because this is like in between the freak offs and some weird shit. So I don't really have any stories that I can relate to this. The defense might be on the board showing Cassie set this up. They still behind the 100 times exactly. Like, just because you show us 5 or 6 times that it was consensual, we got text messages. We seen messages where she said she didn't want one. She just told, like, we're not here for the freak offs. We don't care if the freak offs were consensual or not. We're here because you were paying and using the credit card to buy hotels and get drugs. You never spend a month, one long night somewhere, avoid the ping pong show? Man, I'm not doing no ping pong show. I'm not going. I don't need to watch that crap. I know what they are, but I'm not going in there and paying to watch none of that mess. Nor am I participating in one. Ping pong, back and forth. Hell no. Did Q-Tip and Cassie ever live with each other? Shit, the hell if I know. I didn't even know Q-Tip was messing with Cassie. Q-Tip only messed with vibrant things. All right, here we go. Mr. Diddy writes, Diddy writes, I'm locked in my bathroom talking to my therapist. What do you want to do? She writes, it takes Jules hours to get here. Hotel needs you to call to give Dave access. Do you see Dave Shirley writes to KK? Yes. Oh, man, don't say Q-Tip. When you say Q-Tip, I'm thinking the vibrant thing Q-Tip. Yeah, Diddy did say I'm locked in the bathroom talking to my therapist. Like, nigga, won't you just go to the therapist's office, man? What are you like? So he's talking to the therapist, but at the same time he's asking, "What do you want to do?" Yeah, I'm in the bathroom with the door locked. I'm talking to my therapist. What do you want to do? She's like, well, Jules is gonna take too long to get here. They need you to call to give Dave access. And this is Dave Shirley. Dave Shirley is another. I think Dave Shirley was another assistant because he wrote KK. Yeah, I don't know, man. Oh my goodness. All right, man. They said they got an hour. We only got 30 minutes left, unless we're going over for the night. Then they might as well take this to the end of the day. Let them get all of Wednesday with Brendan Paul, do a cross, finishes up on Friday, and then next week y'all got all 5 days. Yeah, Diddy's a wild dude when you think about it. She talking about she about to go get tested. That nigga talking about, all right, well, let's go ahead and start a freak off. Meeting up for a freak off at Mandarin. The defense hopes to show Cassie didn't object her role in Combs' freak offs and was an enthusiastic participant. His attorney, Tina Garagos, introduced one text chat in which Cassie wrote LOL sure when he asked by Diddy to meet him for Halloween rendezvous in 2013 at the Mandarin Hotel. Cassie was previously testifying doing freak offs to keep Diddy happy.
What you got to say now? What you got to say now? You ain't got shit to say. When you put your girl on the snap. What you got to say now? What you got to say now? You ain't got.
Oh nah, JT, nah, no BT. What up, man? We not back there, man. We did that the first 7 weeks. BT,
Shit to say.
Man, I don't know, man. It's just. Hey, Bob, and whatever the fuck your name is, thank you for tuning in, man. I gave your channel a try. I did. But this is like being a bored teen with a fascination about watching paint dry, tedious and scattered. Well, Negro, this is all the information we have. Unless you have inside information, Bob, relay that to us, Bob. But as of right now, we're just waiting for the update, Bob. So if you got some inside knowledge, go ahead and present it to us so we can read that. If you know what we're doing here, we're not just making up shit. We're actually taking everything that's coming out of the courthouse and we're piecing it together. And as information is provided to us, we take the time out and do the due diligence to actually go look it up. And we relate what's going on in the real world to what's going on in the chat. So if you have some information or a link to something that we could definitely use so we don't have to sit around during this stale moment, then please present that. But until then, Bob, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We appreciate you tuning in, Bob and Ranger. What is Ranger, the dog? Or is it Boban Ranger? I'm going to just say Bob and Ranger 59. Yeah, well, it is like watching paint dry. This is all the information we have. It's unfortunate, but this is all we can go off of, brother. I don't want to make stuff up and tell you that. Shocking new revelation comes out the courthouse. Diddy walks out as a free man. Day 25. It was unexpected, but guess what? The jurors, they all told the judge, we will not sit here and let a black man be torn down by the federal government. So they all decided to walk out the courthouse and Diddy was let go. Diddy is now free. That's what you want to hear from me, Bob? That's what you want to hear? This is all the information we have, Bobby. We've been doing this for 25 days now, Bobby. But thank you for hitting that subscribe button, because you couldn't comment unless you subscribe. So I appreciate you subscribing to the channel. We're waiting on Brendan Paul. We're all just sitting around right now, but we're waiting on Brendan Paul to get up here and testify, so we can see if there's any information that he has and he can provide to us. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't have no problem, but when there's information, I provide the information. We're all sitting around. No one wants to hear these same questions over and over. We know Cassie's an addict. We know Diddy's an addict. We know Cassie set up some free calls. We know Diddy set up some free calls. We know that they did drugs together. We knew that Cassie was a nasty mofo. We know that Diddy's a nasty mofo. But this is just a summary of everything that we went over the last 26 days. We're all just sitting here, Bob. We're all trying to figure out what's next. Who can I run to talk about this Diddy trial? I'm wondering, who can I run to when I need info? We don't have anything, Bobby. Now, if you know Diddy or one of his constituents or counterparts, bring them on here. Send them the link. Tell them to come on here. Give us some inside information. Matter of fact, Bob, do you know who the guy is that went to Bad Boy Worldwide, followed by the pawn shop? Maybe if you can answer that information for us, Bob. I'm doing all the information, Bob. I'm the one reading this for you, so you don't have to. All you got to do is sit there. That's all. I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to rain on your parade. Bob and Ranger 59 right here. He said he gave the channel a try. He hit the subscribe button, so I can't complain. But Bob, we just like you, Bob. You think I want to sit here and just be quiet? No, Bob. I'm trying to entertain people, Bobby. But I can't entertain people if they ain't know information. Bob, we got an update, Bob. Bob, we got an update. Someone go tell Bob we got an update. The agent says she found no records of New Year's 2016 to 17 meeting. Bob, we got an update. Defense attorney Tina Garagos asked Delisa Penland, a special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Southern District of New York. I got to make this good, y'all. Bob said he don't want to watch the paint dry, so we got to make the paint drip. We got to watch the paint drip. If she reviewed any materials indicating a meeting around the time of New Year's Eve, 2016 to 2017, Penland confirmed that she did not. Cassie's Ventura and friend, Deontay. Y'all remember Deontay? Yeah, Deontay was putting on the show. Deontay Nash previously testified that he saw a man enter Miss Ventura in Diddy's hotel room during a hotel trip New Year's Eve in Las Vegas later that year. Bob, we got an update, but there's no Bob. Just in case you didn't hear, Bob, there's no evidence from a New Year's in 2016, 2017. Bob, do you have any evidence? Bob, what do you know about New Year's Eve 2016 going into 2017? Bob, we're looking to you for answers, Bob. Because right now, we just ain't got the answer, Sway. But Bob has it, guys. We're waiting on Bob. We don't want the paint to dry. So I'm going to continue talking and let the paint drip, drip, drip. Bob, we're following the drip to the evidence. Where's the evidence at, Bob? Come on. Come on, Bob. How can we let the paint drip if the defense is telling us that there is no evidence from New Year's? Bob, what can I say about this? What can I make up when there's no material indicating a meeting around New Year's Eve 2016-17? Bob, I think Bob left us, guys. I think Bob didn't watch the paint dry long enough. Don't put don't put your hand on that paint. That's a wet wall. My bad. I forgot to put up the wet paint sign. Bob, we ain't got no evidence. We just around, Bobby. What you want me to do? There was a freak off New Year's Eve. I don't know that, Bobby. I wasn't there. Do I got to pull up where I was New Year's Eve 2016 going into 17, my last year in Europe? Do I gotta prove where I was at? Because I wasn't there, Bobby. I don't even know where I was. Oh, that's right. New Year's Eve, 2016, going into 2017. I know exactly where I was, Bob. I was in the motherfucking club with fucking 4 bottles of Belvedere, Bob. That's where I was, Bobby. Bob, where was I at? New Year's Eve, 2016, going into 17. Bob, this is where I was. This is where I was, New Year's Eve, Bob, 2016, going into 2017. This is in the castle in Germany, in Wiesbaden. This is in the castle, Bob. This is where I was for New Year's Eve. So I don't know what was going on New Year's Eve in Vegas, Bob. So I can't really talk too much about it because this expert is up here with no material indicating that there was a meeting on New Year's Eve, and I was here. This is my homeboy Tay, and it is my homeboy G. That's where I was New Year's, Bob. So 2016 going into 17, I don't know. I can't really talk about this situation because they're telling me that there's no material indicating a meeting, and I wasn't there. So maybe Bob was there. Bob, what were you doing? Cleaning the hallways? Bob, what was you doing? Bringing up 15 towels for the freak off? Bob, what was you doing on New Year's Eve 2016 going into 17? Because I wasn't there, and they don't have any information provided on these charts, Bob. We're just watching the paint dry, Bob. The paint ain't dripping because there is no evidence. We can't follow the drip, So we just sitting here, Bobby. We're waiting, Bobby. Please give the channel another try. Maybe when Brendan Paul gets up here, come back and give the channel a try. But right now, the paint is drying, Bob, because there's no more evidence. The defense is dry. We don't know anything. There was no freak off. It was a dry night. You know, you got dry states. This is a dry night. There was no freak off that we know about, Bob. Now, Deontay said he's seen a nigga later on in the year, but Deontay don't know if he's seen them on New Year's or maybe it was later that year. But we trying to figure it out. Bobby, if you there, let us know. Because I wasn't there. I was drunk. I don't know, Bobby. No freak off. Just me and my niggas kicking it. And maybe I got lucky that night with a lucky lady. I can't remember. I was towed up. But I know I had 2 hotels that night. One hotel where I was staying in. Oh, yeah, and that's right. I bought a hotel at her hotel because she had a room with a sister. And I said, I ain't staying there with you and your sister. And I bought another hotel that night. So maybe I did get lucky that night, Bob. But I wasn't there with no freak off. I was there on some consensual shit. And I don't know what the hell was going on in Las Vegas with Diddy and Cassie in 2016-17. But maybe if you got the information, Bob, we can go ahead and throw some water on the ball and the paint. It would go from being dry to being wet paint again. And then we can probably build on that. But as of right now, we're only getting 10 to 15 minutes in between each time that they're giving us an update on CNN. But I'm definitely here for it. And you know, I always say, people, give me a link. Or if you say something in the comments that I can go off of. But Bob, right now, we don't have anything. So it's unfortunate that I can't entertain you the way that you want to be entertained. But trust me, when Brendan Paul gets up here, we will be doing deep dives. And it's going to be amazing. It's going to be exciting. But until then, we ain't got nothing to go off, Bob. I'm hungry as hell. We done been on the live for 4 hours. I ain't had me no lunch. Last time I ate was at 12 o'clock and I got on the live at 4 o'clock. So that's 4 hours in between. All I had was one Truly today. It's got some real flavors in here too. And it's only 100 calories. So this is good. I done burned that off just by this little rant that we got right now. But we don't have any information coming from anybody. The defense, they're trying to, I guess, throw us off. But we don't have any information, Bob. We trying to figure it out though. You know, usually I'd be cursing and stuff, but I'm not going to curse because, Bob, I understand that you at work bored, or you might be at home, or you might be getting ready to go enter into a freak off. I ain't for sure, and I ain't here to judge nobody. Just like I ain't here to judge Diddy if he's innocent or guilty. But when I get the information provided to me, I then take that information and I say, Mo, how can I present this information to people to make them laugh and be informative at the same time? But if I don't have information, then it's kind of hard for me to go off the top of the dome when I do this every single day for 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 hours. Now, if you were here earlier when we were breaking down and going through everything, oh, I gave you a whole hour intro of just nonstop information and facts. And then we also was going and trying to find some stuff out during our lunch break. But Bob, right now, they're CNN, they're not giving us anything. I can go and hit refresh right now. I'm not seeing anything. Inner City Press, we got about 20 minutes in between each message. Then we also only got 10 minutes left in the courtroom because we're going till 3 o'clock. And then we might go until tomorrow and start Brendan Paul and go all day and then come back and resume on Friday. But they are trying to get done with the prosecution by the end of the week, which will leave 2 to 5 days for the defense to do their thing, present their witnesses, and then from there we'll give it to the jury to go into deliberate. My bad. They ain't debating nothing. Well, they'll debate amongst themselves. Now, that's one thing about deliberation. You got to see who's in there. They did just get rid of juror number 6 earlier this morning, and they're going to address juror number 7 this evening, Bob. But we got to wait till the court case is over with and they adjourn for the day so we can actually bring in juror number 7 and have him sit down and we can talk with the defense and the prosecution to see if we're going to eliminate them or give them one more chance. But we're also trying to figure out who released these documents. Now, there were some documents that got out, but we don't know who did it, Bob. But the judge did say if this shit happens again, guess what, Bob? We're confiscating everyone's electronics and we're going to get to the bottom of this, whether it's an email, a text, a Bluetooth, a message, an airdrop, handing your phone to somebody. But right now, Bob, we just don't have the facts or the information to build any case off of this. Now, you see how Bob just turned this into us explaining to Bob why we can't talk any further about what's going on in the trial because we aren't getting any information. So, Bob, I appreciate you for giving us this little 20-minute rant because I can go off the top of the dome and I look for messages like that from people like you that come over here and just start talking without knowing what it was. Because there was a song when we was growing up called Some People Started Singing Without Knowing What It Was. See, Bob came in here and started talking without knowing what it was. See, Bob, there isn't any information provided to us, so I don't have anything to build my case off of to entertain you off of. So while watching the paint dry seems boring, if you actually have properties like I do myself, watching the paint dry is a good thing because once the paint dry, I can start moving in tenants. And then once the tenants move in, they can start paying me monthly rent. And then with that monthly rent, I can take that money and I can book me a flight and go on a trip. So watching the paint dry really ain't as bad as the smell of the paint drying. But in this case, there might be baby oil or Astroglide on the walls because if you tuned in earlier, they talked about the $500 charge for the drapes that were torn up, plus the $1,000 for all of the sheets that were torn up. But Bob, I don't think you were here this morning to hear all of that information that was provided. Also, some of those damages were paid by Sean Combs' Amex Express card, which is an American Express card. Shout out to the people with them Amexes. I ain't got one because the annual fee is too high for me and I'm not active duty and I live overseas and an American Express doesn't do too well when you're in a country called Europe. Now, if I was back in America, then okay, cool, but I'm not. So that paint drying, I'm sorry. That's just the way it is, Bob. This is a courthouse. It isn't going to be exciting every day. Now, I know we're here for pure entertainment, and there's nothing wrong with that because someone else's downfall, we laugh at it. When you fuck up, people laugh at it. But right now, we don't have anything to laugh about. So I got to fill in these blank spots right here so it won't be any silence because people like Bob don't want to watch the paint dry. Now, I had to do all of this off the top of the dome, Bob. See, it helps me out when we have that information, but I'm fine with doing it this way. But when we do it this way, there's no story behind it. It's just me talking and explaining stuff that we already went over, similar to what the defense is doing right now, because we got a summary witness up here who works for the prosecution, not for the defense. So that's why the defense is trying to insert all of the information that they got to try to make it seem like this was consensual. But we're not here for consensual sex. What we're here for are the crimes at hand. That's 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, with 2 counts to engage in sex trafficking, along with a RICO case where we got to prove 2 predicate crimes. Now, that paint drying is everything that we've covered for the last 6 weeks. Actually, 139 hours plus 4 hours will put us at 143 hours. So everything that we've covered, Bob, this is what they're doing. This is called a summary witness. So there's not going to be any new information provided except for a little more detail. So once we get done with this summary witness, Brendan Paul will be the last witness for the prosecution before they rest. And after we do that, then we'll get into some of the excitement. Now, we're going to have Brendan Paul up here, who got arrested with Diddy, and he got the Gucci pouch. Now, he worked directly with Christina Courtroom, and he had all the drugs. He actually got arrested with some cocaine on him. He got arrested with some pills on him. We know that he was dropping Diddy off at Jane Doe's house, but we aren't at that part. We're back in 2016, 17, prior to Jane Doe coming around. This is when Cassie was still in the picture, and she was there till 2018. And then Jane Doe came around 2000. This is when she met him. But 2021, remember, it was after New Year's that they actually went off and had their little trips together, because Diddy was messing with one of her friends. She went to Diddy's house. It was a girls' trip in late 2000. They went over there. They was on a yacht, went to Diddy's house. Diddy was flirting. And then in January, they went to Turk and Caicos. They went and got it on. Then they met up in Miami, but we haven't got to Jane Doe's part. Jane Doe is around the time that Brendan Paul, who was a drug mule, who got arrested and got his charges dropped in December of 24, is when he came around and he was providing Diddy all of the drugs. There was also a text message between him and Christina Courtroom talking about, is he on his King Night shit or is he on his Molly in the motherfucking Gucci purse bag shit? And he said he's in between all of that before he was dropping him off at Jane Doe. So the paint is drying, but that's just because we're at the summary witness. There's only one more witness for the prosecution, Bob. So after they get done with this summary witness, we'll get back into new testimony and statements that we haven't heard and more in depth. And that's because Brendan Paul got arrested and got all of his charges dropped for the trafficking and being in possession. So he's going to tell us everything we need to know about Diddy. Unfortunately, it's the end of the day, Bob. So we haven't been getting too much information. And the prosecution, they're sitting there just listening and taking their notes, while the defense is showing 15 minutes, 20-minute videos of freak-offs that we can't see nor hear, Bob. So we're just sitting here waiting for any update that we can get. Now, I can continue to do this and give you in-depth scenarios with all the other people that have testified, but we don't want to hear all of that. Why? Because the summary witness has already done that for us with the prosecution this morning. So, Bob, I need you to understand that we can only do as much as the court is providing us. Now, this is people fighting for their lives in real life. We're here for pure entertainment. Now, I can entertain you and talk about some random shit, but then we might go so far down the rabbit hole, people can be like, Mo, someone got kicked out the trial. And I'm like, damn, let me go catch up. And now we're an hour behind. But Bob, this is all the information I have provided to me. If you can give me a link, or if you can go to the Southern District of New York, 500, I forgot what street it is, but if you can go in there, take your cell phone in there and live stream it so we don't have these silent moments where we're watching the paint dry, I would appreciate that. I'd even send you $25 to sneak into the courtroom with your cell phone and live stream it for us so we can hear everything live and I can entertain, like, Bob gave us this information. Thanks, Bob. And then everyone in the chat will be saying, go, Bob, go, Bob, go. Go, Bob, go, Bob, go, Bob, go. But we can't do that because you're not getting us the information that we need. And we're just sitting here watching the paint dry. That's right, Bob. That's right. We're watching the paint dry because we got the same amount of information as you. Or what you could do, Bob, is you start a YouTube, you send me the link, and you entertain me for 4 straight hours with no paint drying. If you can do that, Bob, I'll be over there every single day. I'll tell everyone, let's go to Bob's channel. Let's listen to Bob today because we ain't watching the paint dry. We about to listen to Bob entertain us with just pure buffoonery for the whole 4 hours with no information. But we do want facts, Bob. We don't want you to just make stuff up. Like right now, I'm not making up anything that I'm saying. Everything I'm doing is a summary over what the summary witness has done and what we went over for the last 25 days. So, Bob, you start your channel, you send me the direct link, and I'll come over there and I'll just sit and admire all the information and knowledge that you're providing to us because we don't want to watch the paint dry. It's just unfortunately sometimes when the last thing you have is the walls to paint because you want to do everything else. Before you move into furniture, you want to paint the walls last and let those dry. So now you got everything down. We could put the carpet down. See, letting the paint dry is actually one of the most important things you can do to the house because you don't want to bump into it. Now you got paint on the back of your shirt. You got paint on the back of your arms. So letting the paint dry is actually a pretty good thing. Do you understand that, Bob? Do you? Do you, Bob? Do you understand? All right. We're back. We don't know where Bob is, but I just took 15 minutes out to explain to Bob why we're watching the paint dry. Because 17 minutes ago, we got the New Year's records. 5 minutes ago, they're done with the cross. We don't have any information, Bob. We just don't have any information, Bob. Bob, look, 31 minutes ago, Bob, 17 minutes ago, Bob, 5 minutes. We don't have the information, Bob. All I can do is go off the information, Bob. All right, and here we go, Bobby. All right, you spoke direct to Skylar. Yes. And the message about the cops are here. But there's not any evidence of the 911 calls, right? There is not. This photo of the detective's business card is the only thing about the police, right? Objection, Your Honor. Sustain. You included a call between Cassie and Diddy. Was that a FaceTime call? Nigga, I don't know. It was just a it was a call. No further questions. Redirect. Yes, briefly. The hotel in Riverhead. Who was there? Diddy, Cassie, and Clayton Howard. Clayton Howard is one of the escorts. This photos. Wounds above eyes. So you can remember? It was a text message. So that's it, Bob. That's it. That's all the information that was provided to us. That's it. That's all we got today. Everything that we've already heard from, this is day 25. So everything we heard from day 1 to day 25, they summarized it. I don't know if you know what a summary, let me look up the definition of a summary, because maybe I don't know what a summary is. What is a summary? A brief statement or account of the main points of something. A brief statement or account of the main points of something. Okay, so the main points are day 1 through day 24. And this is just a brief statement. So the brief statement is today talking about all 24 days. Okay. So it is watching the paint dry, just going over. Oh, what does, let me see something. Boring. Like watching paint dry. An activity as being particularly boring or tedious. But this is a brief statement or account of the main points of something. Watching the paint dry as an activity is being particularly boring or tedious. A brief statement or account of the main points of something. I guess that would be kind of boring. Going over the same shit we didn't already went over. I guess that would be kind of boring. You know what, Bob? You were right the whole time. My bad, Bob. My bad. That's me, guys. That's me. Bob was right the whole time. This was boring. This was boring. That's me. I apologize. That Bob was right. Bob was right. We were all wrong. Bob was right. It's boring. Bob was right. It's been a boring day. It's been a boring day. It's been a very, very boring day. Bob was right, man. I apologize, Bob. That's on me, guys. That's me. Damn. Bob was right, man. You know, I ain't ashamed. I ain't ashamed to apologize when I'm wrong. You know, when I'm wrong, man. That's me. Bob was right. Bob was right. This was boring. This is very boring. Very, very boring. But Luckily, before Bob responded, me and Nicole just vlog said, when's the drug mule coming? We want to hear the juicy stuff. Nigga, we knew the shit was born. That's why I was sitting here and we already acknowledged that, hey, man, the fuck? Hey, Bob, you was right, but we were righter because we were right from the beginning. We knew it was going to be boring, nigga. We didn't give a fuck that it was going to be boring. We thought that Brendan was going to take the stand. We don't give a fuck if Diddy's innocent or guilty. We want to hear the drugs. I want to hear if this nigga was Big Meech. Was he Terry? Was he Lamar? Was he El Chapo? Is he Pablo? How big of a dope dealer was Diddy? We knew today was going to be born. We knew. As soon as the defense got up there and they said Tina Garagos, we said, oh, he's about to be boring as hell. We knew it was going to be boring today. We were here for Brendan Paul. We don't give a fuck about none of. Ooh, wow. We knew that Diddy was paying for stuff with the cards. We already knew that Bad Boy Records and Combs Enterprise was paying for this shit. We knew this when Cassie testified that Diddy's travel agent. Combs Enterprise was paying for that. And there's Combs Global. We knew all of this already. We were waiting for Brendan Paul. That's all we want. Where is Brendan? Where is Brendan? Man, get the fuck out of here. We want to know where Brendan is. All right. So that's all we got today. Nothing further. The juries can still no Brendan Paul. The jury can leave for the day. We knew. We knew. Come on, man. All right. So I guess we got, it looks like tomorrow we got the D-Rug. You know what I mean? We got the D-Rug. We got the D-Rug mule up tomorrow. We got the mule up. We got the mule up here tomorrow all day. And I'm off Thursday. So I'm getting fucked up tomorrow. I'm talking about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We pulling up. I got we're going to have the mule up there tomorrow. The D-Rug mule. We're going to have the mule up tomorrow. I don't think we'll rest on Wednesday. How long on a direct for Brendan Paul? 90 minutes or so. All right, so I don't think we'll rest tomorrow. How long on direct to Brendan Paul? They said 90 minutes or so. And we'll both be offering cleanup exhibits. We have an application to close the courtroom. Please leave. So who's he talking to? Courtroom confidential. So he must be talking to everybody. So jury dismissed. Prosecutors have said they will likely rest the case against Diddy tomorrow, but it could spill into Friday. So the jury will be back at 9. Whatever they're going to do with this other juror. So if they do an hour and a half, if they start at 10:30, that'll take us to 12. Then if we can come back at 12:30 to what, 2 o'clock? That'll be an hour and a half, and then we could do a redirect. But yeah, they're not gonna finish this up till Friday. So we got the prosecution up here till Friday. Brendan Paul, because you know they're not starting at 9 o'clock. They probably won't get to Brendan till maybe about 10:15-ish. Damn. So I guess we get that on. Well, I'm off Friday, so that we cool, but it's 9 o'clock. All right. Well, that's the end of the day, guys. I mean, I don't know what else you guys want, but someone go tell Bob, man, tomorrow is going to be cool. Cool, calm, and collective. Yeah, that's it right there. Let me see if anybody got something else. Let me see. Nah, man, Bob, cool people, man. I did all of that just to agree with Bob, man. That's on me, man. I'm tripping. Let me see what Law and Crime got going. What they got cracking over here. Oh, they ain't got nothing. They just outside the courthouse. So it looks like we're done for the day, guys. I know I wish if I was in the States or further ahead in time. All right, well, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're gonna get out of here. We got one more day, and then we get Brent. Well, we get Brendan Paul on the stand tomorrow, finishing up on Friday. So this case will probably be over by next week. They said 2 to 5 days next week. It depends on what witnesses they call in. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We have, I think we got over like 800 subscribers from this. So it's been a pretty good run. 6 weeks. 6 weeks putting in that work. 6 weeks putting in that work. Yeah, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Remember, you can run, but you can't hide, man. Don't slander Kanye. Y'all do your thing. You know what I mean? I'm about to gotta hit my dog Trill up and see what the hell we looking at for Switzerland. You know what I mean? 4th of July around the corner. But man, y'all be safe. Don't drink and drive. Wait, it's Tuesday. Y'all better not be drinking on a Tuesday. Well, they got good drink deals on Tuesday. Over here they don't, but yeah, don't drink and drive. Remember, you can run, but you can't hide, man. If you get off work, get straight home. Remember, there's small Tootsie Roll deviants out there in the streets, aka Diddy.
You can rap, but you can't hide.